never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Former President Joe Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones. Lisa Carton has more.
A spokesman for the former president says the diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate Friday that required further evaluation. The cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The statement said the former president and his family are reviewing treatment options. I'm Lisa Carton.
Biden's health has been the subject of much discussion for quite some time. Audio recordings of the former president's 2023 interview with special counsel Robert Hur are now out. Jim Forbes has more on that.
In this clip, former President Biden struggles to recall the date of the death of his son, Beau.
My son is either been deployed or is dying. And so it was...
Axios obtained a portion of the interview about Biden's handling of classified documents, a case Hur declined to prosecute because he thought jurors would have viewed Biden as an older man with a poor memory. The portion of the interview released does seem to show Biden slurring his words and struggling to remember dates. I'm Jim Forbes.
The National Transportation Safety Board will investigate after a tall ship hit the Brooklyn Bridge Saturday. An NTSB GO team is being sent to New York City the day after the Mexican Navy training vessel apparently lost power and struck the underside of the bridge. It sheared off the tops of its 3 wooden masts. 2 crew members were killed and 19 others aboard the ship injured. In a post over the weekend, the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, said she is saddened by the deadly crash of that Mexican Navy ship in the New York East River. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
The FBI is leaving town. FBI Director Kash Patel says the agency will leave its headquarters in Washington, D.C.
This FBI is leaving the Hoover building because this building is unsafe for our workforce.
According to Patel, 1,500 employees will leave the J. Edgar Hoover building on Pennsylvania Avenue because of its condition and will be relocated to locations around the country. However, the FBI director did not share a time frame for the move or the Bureau's new headquarters location.
We want the American men and women to know, if you're going to come work at the premier law enforcement agency in the world, we're going to give you a building that's commensurate with that. And that's not this place.
The FBI says the explosion outside a Southern California fertility clinic was an act of terror. Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles office, Akil Davis, says it took time to positively identify Guy Edward Bartkus because of the force to the blast in Palm Springs. Bartkus was the only person to die from that blast. The people injured in the explosion are all out of the hospital. A California-based company is offering an emergency contraception pill. Cadence says its morning after pill is now available in 1,100 stores and other locations in 48 states. The emergency contraception pills cost about $25 per box for a one-time dose. Cadence officials say they hope to expand their market to college campuses and maybe even vending machines. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain.
Shall we cue the microphone? Looks like it's that time once again. And away we go. We'll stick a fork in the weekend, closing out a Sunday. Turn the page on the calendar. make our way into the 19th day of May. From time zone to time zone, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, good to be with you. Has made it through a very tumultuous weekend, weather-wise. And I guess it's fair to say our area got lucky as the tornadic weather was kind of approaching. Things really kind of fizzled out. We had destructive storms to the north, and of course, we've all by now seen the devastation through the heart of central and southern Kentucky. The death toll is now at least 28, and dozens others injured as that wave of severe weather swept across the central states Friday into Saturday. Nothing less than being described as catastrophic destruction. We saw large tornadoes reported in Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, with hard-hit southeastern Kentucky reporting a majority of the fatalities here. According to Governor Andy Beshear, 18 confirmed deaths in the state connected to the severe weather there. 17 people in Laurel County and 1 in Pulaski County. Of course, when the sun began to come up Saturday morning, first light, the town of London, Kentucky, about 75 miles south of Lexington, entire neighborhoods, homes reduced to piles of shredded wood and debris. Tens or hundreds of thousands without power, cars tossed all over the place, furniture strewn everywhere. The National Weather Service had reported a radar-confirmed, large, extremely dangerous tornado was moving through lower Kentucky. This was shortly after the midnight hour Friday night. More than 700,000 homes and businesses losing power across 12 states during the outbreak. Missouri and Kentucky hit the hardest. As of Saturday evening, about 500,000 customers were out of power. Michigan, nearly 160 were without power. In St. Louis, of course, 7 killed after a tornado-warned storm tore through the city there. It was just a wild start to the weekend for severe weather. A deadly tornado tearing through the city of Benton. Power lines, storm debris everywhere. The same storm system triggering large destructive tornadoes across, again, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana. As I mentioned, 7 killed in the St. Louis area early Friday evening after that tornado-warned storm moved through the city. Multiple damaged buildings in St. Louis, including Centennial Christian Church. The City of St. Louis Fire Department battalion chief tells the Associated Press that 3 people had to be rescued after part of the church crumbled. One of those people did perish. But eyewitnesses say you could see doors flying open, tree branches flying by, people running. One University of Missouri St. Louis student says a lot of people were actually caught outside in that storm. He rode out the storm in the basement of the St. Louis Art Museum with his girlfriend and about 150 other people there. The St. Louis Zoo was closed again on Saturday due to the storm damage, but according to authorities, all the animals were safe. But the loss of life, the destruction St. Louis experienced, horrendous. The mayor says our thoughts are with everyone whose lives were altered today. Now, basically every window in the city's firehouse was blown out by the storm. Around 20 square blocks of the city, they had about 500 first responders that spent Friday night into Saturday morning searching for survivors. So it has been an exhaustive weekend, and of course the stormy pattern has continued on through the weekend, and we're anticipating more of the same as we start the new week here. I can tell you we've had tornado warnings coming out of south central Kansas over the past several hours. As a matter of fact, at one point, a little over an hour ago, we had what is described as a tornado emergency for Greensburg, Kansas. That was a large, confirmed, destructive tornado that was on the ground. Those warnings had continued through several additional counties, and at this point it looks like it may have lifted, but there still are active warnings there in Stafford and Pratt counties in south central Kansas. That is the same storm that was a large on-the-ground tornado within the past hour. And numerous additional tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings continue to come in this evening. So that's where we look ahead. Where do we set as we start the new week? Yes, severe weather will continue to batter the central states. Through Monday and Tuesday, more tornadoes, damaging hail, and flash flooding, all posing a risk to lives and property. Yes, since last Thursday, we've seen approximately 1,200 reports of severe wind gusts of 58 miles per hour or greater. Hail and tornadoes compiled by the Storm Prediction Center from the southern plains to the upper Midwest. Nearly 6 confirmed tornadoes as of Sunday morning. Another wave of severe weather develops through tonight, Sunday night into Monday, before the storm driving all this turbulent weather starts to shift eastward. Travelers across the region need to be alert for hazards like debris on roadways, downed power lines, damaged hail, and flooding across the coming days here. Dallas to Kansas City, you're in the heart of today's severe weather risk zone from Monday. Moisture from the Gulf is going to expand across the central and southern plains, and that's going to set the stage for more severe thunderstorms Monday afternoon and evening ahead of a developing low-pressure system. According to AccuWeather, this storm's going to tap into warm, moist air and set the stage for damaging, destructive thunderstorms. Forecasters have highlighted a high-risk area for severe thunderstorms encompassing southeastern Kansas, northeastern Oklahoma, the Ozark Mountains, and southwestern Missouri for the day ahead, while that region faces the greatest threat, including potential tornadoes. Dangerous conditions could bring risks to lives and property extending far beyond, reaching as far north as possibly South Dakota, and as far to the south as Texas today. Large hail, damaging wind, tornadoes, all possible. And those risks will again linger after dark, making the potential more deadly. Parts of the Tennessee Valley in the southeast could also face a separate cluster of thunderstorms here on Monday, bringing more heavy rain and damaging winds, distinct from the primary severe weather outbreak taking place further to the west. As we look to Tuesday, the weather threat moves eastward into the lower Ohio Valley and portions of the Tennessee Valley once again. And that is regions that were impacted by the powerful storms Friday into Saturday, which will once again be at risk. Hail, tornadoes, all possible once again, which could exacerbate the damage that's occurred in some areas and delay the cleanup efforts, obviously. Trees having been weakened by saturated soil or compromised by the recent strong wind gust may face an increased risk of damage during the upcoming storms. Looks like thunderstorms should be rather progressive in nature through Tuesday. Yes, similar areas will be impacted on back-to-back days, so as a result, those heavy downpours on already saturated ground could lead to flooding issues. The risk of flooding would include most, but it also expand outside the severe weather risk zones right on through Tuesday night. It looks like heavy thunderstorms will ultimately reach all the way over into western Maryland, perhaps in a sub-severe state by Tuesday night as crews, of course, continue to clean up in the wake of the extensive flooding that they saw there last week that prompted a state of emergency. A few of these thunderstorms could briefly intensify to severe levels along the southeastern coast of the U.S. by midweek Wednesday. Meanwhile, as that storm slows dramatically once reaching the East Coast, The Northeast, you'll probably anticipate several days of wet, dreary, cooler weather conditions there for the second half of the week. So there's the quick synopsis. Travelers' weather around the country, an active night. Once again, we've seen some strong storms impacting northwestern Mississippi as well as northeastern Mississippi here. Severe thunderstorms, 70-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-size hail. Some of the reports coming in there at this hour. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Oh, yes, indeed, Philly Dan. It's that time again. He says, hope everybody had a good weekend. Obviously, it was a better weekend for some than others. Hello, Marianne. Good to have you on board. Now, there's JR, a.k.a. Country Bumpkin. Says, good morning. Checking in. Prayers for the storm-ravaged folks across the USA. God bless each and every one. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. Oh, no. Which means for the first time somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. Here we go. Throwing the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. Pappy looking at 59 degrees in southwestern Ohio. Had a beautiful day, beautiful night. And it looks like a beautiful time to dial up the overnight drive at 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. All the memes being posted showing these seashell formations. It's kind of like the crop circles. They just appear out of nowhere. Yeah, all right. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Here we go. Let's get the party started. Yeah, the title of tonight's show, Who Sells Seashells by the Seashore? Say that 3 times fast. Are you with me? Are you with me?
No, I'm with you. It's the greatest day of the week, though.
There he is. Morning, Captain Ron.
Morning. In all seriousness, you know, I play with this greatest day of the week. For a lot of people, it's not the greatest day of the week. You know, my thoughts and prayers are with those involved with those killer tornadoes.
Yeah.
Have a good weekend?
Ultimately, yeah, I was a little concerned there Friday evening as those storms were approaching. We trying to rush home from dinner because I saw on the radar, and there was like lines of tornado-warned cells stacked up across southern Indiana, kind of headed this way. But we got lucky. They kind of fizzled out. We didn't get any damage at all here. Aside from that, after that, it was more like we cleaned up the yard weekend, mowed the grass, trimmed the bushes, all that. I got the outdoor stuff done. So
it's one day closer for me getting on a cruise ship. I got to work tonight, Monday night, and Tuesday night, and then we're flying to Seattle Thursday morning to get on the ship Friday morning to go on Alaskan cruise.
Alaska bound. How about that?
And then that'll be pretty cool. And after that cruise, I would have been in all 50 states. There's not many that can say that.
That's correct. So have you been on? Have you ever been on a cruise in general, or is this going to be your first cruise?
No, I've been on 4 or 5 others.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a newbie at it. My wife's been on more cruises than me, but I don't mind it. It's pretty fun. I liked it. Of course, I like to eat, so that's one good thing. Or bad thing, depending on how you look at it. So, the 600 at Charlotte next weekend, Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking all over. I was going to record it, so I can watch it. I normally record the NASCAR races because, like you needing all of your beauty sleep, a lot of it, and I need beauty sleep also. So I just record them and watch them later. But I was trying to, I couldn't find it on my TV guide. I've got cable. And I couldn't find it anywhere. So I went to the app for NASCAR. The next 4 or 5 races is going to be on Prime Video. So that means if you don't watch it, you don't have a way to record it.
Right. So you have to have that's the Amazon Prime. You have to have the subscription, right?
Right.
Okay.
But, like if you miss, there's no rebroadcast of it either because it's on Prime. I guess you could go back and watch it at a later date. You could watch it recorded on Prime, but what good is that? I mean, I wanted to record it on my DVRs, how I normally watch it. I don't necessarily get to watch it like you. I've got to be sleeping, but I normally watch it the next day or next couple of days or whatever. I usually know who's won by then. Kind of takes the surprise out of it. But I kind of like to see how they got there. I didn't watch the All-Star race tonight. Why would they have the All-Star race on a Sunday night?
That beats me.
At 8 o'clock on a Sunday night. I know NASCAR is getting really wonky. And let's see, what else do I got? Oh, that ship that hit the bridge in New York. I guess you saw that?
That's incredible. I guess they lost propulsion and they were drifting.
Well, I kind of had it's not funny, but before I found out that they said it was mechanical failures, I was wondering if they could read English.
There you go.
They end one way or something, but they're claiming it's mechanical failure.
Yes.
Did you watch the horse race Saturday? What was that, Preakness?
Yes.
I think horse letters would be calling in too.
Yep.
Probably about it.
We did tune in for that, and I mean, what a comeback.
I know. And the way he got between them two horses, that was kind of an elbow fest. I thought they were gonna. They said it was a fair race, I guess. So it was an inquiry about it. My take was Sandman, but I don't think he's got it anymore. Seems like he starts out too late or something. So, I ended up watching that after I got home from...
He had dropped all the way to the tail of the field. Now, he did have a pretty... ultimately finished in third. So he was on a tear, but he got started too late trying to come up in the field.
Well, that's kind of what I thought. I kind of thought he did the same thing for the Derby, and then I thought, well, maybe it was because the track was so sloppy, but he dropped way back, and then seemed like he started too late to come back up to the front. I don't know. The jockey that won the Kentucky Derby, he won on the race that was ahead of the Preakness. That was the same jockey that won the Kentucky Derby.
How about that?
Won that race. Well, I see we're up against the clock. I appreciate you taking my call.
All right, we are up to date. It's the greatest day of the week. And, we do get a news update here. And back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Former President Joe Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones. Spokesperson for the former president says the diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate Friday that required further evaluation. The cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which will allow for effective management. The FBI is leaving town. FBI Director Kash Patel says the agency will be relocating from its Washington, D.C. headquarters. According to Patel, 1,500 employees will leave the J. Edgar Hoover building on Pennsylvania Avenue because of its condition. The White House says it's in talks with Walmart after the retail giant said it will soon raise prices due to tariffs. On Saturday, President Trump posted Walmart should stop trying to blame the tariffs as the reason for raising prices and went on to say they should just eat the tariffs. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, I had mentioned South Central Kansas, where we, over the past hour, had a large confirmed tornado on the ground. And that is the case. Just in from the Weather Service office in Dodge City, South Central Kansas. We've got Stafford County and northeastern Pratt County. This is a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado located near Preston. Moving northeast 30 miles per hour. The Weather Service office uses the term PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Again, a confirmed tornado. Should be near Neola right about now. Neola, Kansas. So that one has a history of a confirmed tornado. Yeah. Had the storm there Friday night. They had before and after satellite images. And you can see the zone from about Somerset to London, Kentucky. And again, from satellite imagery, you can see a line where that tornado was on the ground. Enough destruction to be visible from space. Pretty incredible. All right, let me see here. Carl is on board. Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Yep. Thank you for taking my call. The tornado that hit around London, Kentucky, there, Somerset.
Yes.
Yep, I live in Corbin. It's just a little town south of London, probably about 12 miles, maybe. But I was tired on Friday when I got home. I had to work a day shift on Friday, and I had to do my normal route, except it was during the daytime. But I did it, and I got home about 9 p.m., and was watching the United Football League game on television, and all of a sudden, these weather reports start coming up, and they just stayed on. The local news from Lexington, Kentucky, describing the tornado coming west it was coming east from the west from St. Louis. It was the one that hit around St. Louis, and it was building up steam, they said, coming across Kentucky, and kind of bounced into Somerset. And then, of course, like you said, on the satellite viewing of that, and they've also got video of this tornado too that I've seen, and several pictures. It was a huge tornado, and if you had anything in the path of this tornado, it was destroyed. I mean, anything, whatever it was, a vehicle or whatever, a house, business, whatever it was. I mean, this was a serious tornado, and it destroyed everything. The airport, the London Corbin Airport, was severely damaged with helicopters. The air medevac helicopters just taken out totally, and the National Guard helicopters also that were there at that time. Well, they flew some of them out, but I think there was one of them that got hit, and then they had a lot of damage done to the hangars and the airplanes inside the hangars for storage. They were being stored and everything. So I went out there yesterday and helped pick up some of the debris, and it was just amazing the mess that it was. Really just amazing the mess that it really was. But getting back to Friday night there, I had received all those warnings and everything. I was just wore out, and so I was going to stay up past midnight. And of course, Corbin has a siren that goes off throughout the town. There, you can hear it all over the town, about a 5-mile radius. You can hear this siren that comes up whenever we have a weather warning that happens. You know, it's kind of like an air raid siren, you know. And I knew something was happening, but you know, I walked out to the back deck and looked around, and there were some trees waving and stuff like that, you know, a little bit of wind. But it kind of got real quiet, you know what I mean? It just got really, really quiet. And I was thinking, wow, this is something. But I went back inside and laid down in the bed, and buddy, I tell you what, I just fell asleep. And then I got up the next morning at 8 a.m., and all of a sudden I'm getting all these messages on Facebook and all this stuff about the damage in London, Kentucky, and I was thinking, wow, what has happened here? And they even said several people were already confirmed dead and everything. I mean, it was just amazing what happened. And my house and everything in Corbin was just nothing happened at all. And so that's amazing how a tornado pathway, you know, wherever it goes, it's destroyed, but where it doesn't hit, you know, right next to it, there is the clear. It's the clear. Nothing damaged there. So, you know, that's something. This zigzag pattern that it had, is erratic pattern that it had across the woods, you know, where it just leveled every tree in its path coming to London there. This heavily wooded area there. And I tell you what, it was a big tornado according to the videos that I've saw on it. And I just have thoughts and prayers for all the people there. But anyway, it was really close to where I live there. So, you know, it could have took that path too, I'm sure. But, and I would have been asleep, you know.
Right.
And I was worn out, man. I tell you, I had a tough week last week. But anyway, I drive 650 miles a night, and I'm in Alabama right now trying to get an early start so I can get on back. But I do this Monday through Friday. But there was some things that happened last week due to some construction and this and that, where I had to work day shift on Friday instead. But anyway, yeah, the deal with Comey as well. Yeah, he's really trying to sell some seashells by the seashore, isn't he? You know,
Right, yeah.
he really is. He's trying to sell the idea that he didn't have anything to do with that, you know. And I don't believe that idea. I'm not buying that idea,
Yeah.
okay? Because I think I know better than that, you know. And if anybody buys that idea, you got to be kidding, man. I mean, really, this guy has always had it out for Trump, and his little buddy Hillary Clinton there. They ought to just go ahead and go off into the sunset in prison somewhere, in my opinion. But really, I just don't believe that he don't know what he did there. And but anyway, I'll let you go there. Thank you for taking my call.
All right, Carl. Glad you made it. So obviously that was, a little, what do they say, too close for comfort. Yeah, when you wake up in the morning and say, just a few miles away, there's absolute destruction, right? All right. Hello to Tank joining us here. Good morning, Steve. Happy Manic Monday. 70 degrees, got some rain here in Memphis. We're getting ready to head out west. Everybody truck safe. Watch out for the other drivers. Have a blessed day. Brain dead. Well, some people call this Monday. For me, it's Friday. It was a normal two-stop grocery Jackson, Mississippi area run today. And as I headed back to the warehouse, got some huge news nuggets in the sports world. New information about Pete Rose and his chances at the Hall of Fame. I'll check in later. Oh, and before I forget, 58 days till the All-Star Game, 95 days till week 0 of college football season. Who's counting, right? There you go. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 49 degrees, mostly clear here tonight. Hello to Miss Millie. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Prayers for all those affected in Kentucky, St. Louis, and others that lost family members. Yeah, have a great day, everyone, from Miss Millie, and as always, be blessed. Bill, good morning. 43 degrees, cloudy here at home, Horicon, Wisconsin. Yeah, I'll be heading out sometime today. I'm praying for those affected by the tornado in London. We had tornadoes come through my neighborhood on Thursday. Everybody be safe out there. Very good. Glad you made it through. Hello from Bob, checking in from Michigan as well. Double trucker, 51 degrees. It's dark in Lodi on the worst night of the week. Got an alert this evening about a train hitting several people tonight. Prayers for those involved. I'm sure you'll fill us in on this. Anyway, waiting for my meat guy from a trailers, and we'll head back to Western New York. I'll be checking in later on the home of free speech, a.k.a. Rumble. Hello to Cripshot, checking in. Looking forward to another great show. Drivers, truck safely out there, and let's roll. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 58 degrees under cloudy, coal black skies in Clear Lake, Iowa. Had a busy weekend. 2 rounds of steers from Alabama to Wisconsin. Had the powerful chrome-plated cow truck dodging tornadoes, rain, and chaos. Bad weather is an important reason to always stay loaded like a freight train and have enough courage, throttle, and power to keep your trailer on the ground behind you. We survived to truck another day. Anyway, just got loaded to one of our state-of-the-art parks, barns, and I'll be headed back north to Wisconsin at a high rate of speed as always. It's an epic night, epic evening, In less than 1 month, can you believe the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, will be entering into emeritus status and an advisory role to the trucking industry. It is to Mr. Gouger that we offer our special shout-out from the Corn Patch tonight. All right, Hillbilly checking in about the tornadoes as well. He'll be coming up in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, underway on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. What's going on, Hillbilly?
Morning, Steve. How we doing?
Doing all right. How was your weekend?
Oh, a lot better than most in the state of Kentucky.
Yes.
Or some, I mean. Them storms, I've been following storms up most of my life, but I was watching them on radar. That tornado was kind of weird in a way because, like you said, the one going into Kansas this morning, it's going northeast, and that one went almost due east from Somerset to London.
Yep, correct.
So, I mean, it was kind of weird doing that. I mean, they do weird things anyway, but I just sit there wonder, like at my house, most of our TVs on internet devices. So how many people didn't get a warning because they were on a local station? Makes you kind of wonder about that, or somehow they could still cut in to your internet feed to give you warnings.
Mm-hmm. I guess nowadays most people rely on their smartphones to get their alerts. But if you don't have any sort of a weather app downloaded, you're not going to get it, right?
Right. I mean, like I said, I'm following storms, and I got some storm chaser friends that go all over the country chasing them things, and I keep up to date with them, but like I said, how many people don't?
Yeah.
And that kind of makes me wonder how many people are in bed asleep, like that one caller was. He went to bed, or didn't get a warning because they were watching a movie on like Amazon Prime or something. So it makes you wonder about stuff like that. But then I got to hearing all day about the news about Joe Biden having cancer and prostate cancer. I give him a year. He won't be around no more. Because they say it's in his bones already, and it's a fast
Aggressive
I guess a
form.
bad,
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel sorry for the man because most people I do with that kind of cancer, that's a bad kind of cancer to have for anybody. I don't wish it on nobody. But other than that, that's all I got for this weekend.
Well,
yeah,
thanks.
everybody be safe and have a good show.
All right. Thanks for checking in there, Hillbilly. There you go. Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Got some storms this morning. The Big Tipper loaded. Headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning out there. You know, I'm looking at a photograph that comes in from meteorologist Eric Graves within about an hour ago. I mentioned that they had that warned cell, the large confirmed tornado. This forecaster, this meteorologist said this particular tornado was over a mile wide and going to narrowly miss Greensburg, Kansas to the southeast. But at that point, they had what they call the tornado emergency was issued a mile wide. That is a monster. All right, so I think that's the same cell that continues to prompt those additional tornado warnings. Further to the north and northeast. This one this is Reno County, again, south central Kansas. Confirmed large destructive tornado observed near Sylvia, or 6 miles east of Zenith. It's moving northeast, 35 miles per hour. So they have a tornado emergency issued for Plevna, Kansas. Again, confirmed. This one's been on the ground for quite some time, and I believe it's the same one that they described as, at one point, a mile wide. All right, take shelter, right? Hello to the Iron Duck Roll Call, truckers. The greatest day of the week. Keep the rubber side down. We're 65 degrees in southwest Ohio at this hour. Hello to Sunshine, getting loaded to DHL. Have a great day, everybody. Buckeye Boy checking in from just east of Cleveland, where it's 30 degrees colder than when I left Georgia yesterday. We're 53 this morning. I rolled through London, Kentucky today, and I saw where that tornado crossed I-75. It was brutal destruction on either side of the interstate. Too bad about Biden's diagnosis, prostate cancer. You know, they say cancer feeds on hormones, and especially testosterone, which kind of makes one ponder what they were pumping him full of to function. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, there's Jeffrey from Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. It's my favorite night of the week. 5 nights of great shows. Let's see. There's a bunch of female warehouses around London as well. Hello, Timothy. Good to have you with us. Gary is on board about 5 before the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. Looks like Big John checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Let's take a little bit of time out and pray for the folks in Kentucky with that devastating tornado. Everybody drive safe out there. Have a great week. There you go from Big John. We'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. News break just ahead. High Tech, I believe, will be checking in. And otherwise, lines available at 844-844-3388. Yeah, multiple videos capturing that Mexican naval ship that looks more like a pirate ship, if you hadn't seen it. It was on a global goodwill tour, striking the Brooklyn Bridge there Saturday night. Snapping all 3 masts, fatally injuring 2 crew members. Many sailors were actually dangling from the harnesses way up there, waiting for help. Mayor Adams said the 142-year-old bridge was spared any major damage, but at least 19 people aboard the ship needed medical treatment after the crash. 2 of the 4 who suffered more serious injuries actually later passed away. Now, in a scene captured, like I said, from multiple eyewitness videos, the ship traveling swiftly toward the bridge near the Brooklyn side of the East River, the three masts striking the bridge main span, snapping off one by one as the ship kept on moving. There was heavy traffic on the bridge at the time. It was like 8:20 in the evening. Flying the gigantic green, white, and red Mexican flag, 277 people on board that vessel, and then drifted toward the piers lining the riverbank as folks were scrambling to get out of the way from the shores there. But the devastation to the ship apparently lost propulsion. Some of the videos you can see, there was actually a tugboat kind of trying to get up alongside it, but I guess didn't have time to get in front and stop the vessel before it struck the bridge there. We'll return after this.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration insists that there was no retreat with its tariffs on China. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent insisted this is not a tit-for-tat policy the U.S. and China previously engaged in.
Both sides realized that this, as I had said, it was unsustainable.
He added both sides agreed to lower tariffs to open a window of negotiations to get a final trade deal with the country. The FBI says the man they believe was behind Saturday's deadly explosion outside a Southern California fertility clinic was an act of terror.
Assistant Director in charge at the FBI's Los Angeles office, Akil Davis, confirmed the ID.
Edward Bartkis, 25-year-old, from, again, 29 Palms.
He says it took time for a positive ID because of the force of the blast in Palm Springs. They're calling the 25-year-old from 29 Palms a nihilist, but they're not releasing an official motive. He was the only person to die from the blast. The people injured are all out of the hospital. I'm Lisa Carton.
Former President Joe Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer. The former president says the diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate on Friday, which required further evaluation. The former president and his family are reviewing treatment options. FBI Director Kash Patel says the agency will leave its Washington, D.C. headquarters.
The FBI director says 1,500 of the Bureau's workers will leave the J. Edgar Hoover building on Pennsylvania Avenue because of its condition and will be relocated to places across the country.
Because this building is unsafe for our workforce. We want the American men and women to know, if you're going to come work at the premier law enforcement agency in the world, we're going to give you a building that's commensurate with that.
Director Patel did not share a time frame for the move or say where where the Bureau's new headquarters might be located. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Wings on 2 Alaska Airlines planes struck each other while they were being moved on Saturday.
The planes were being moved by ground service tugs. When the tips of the wings on 2 planes hit, no passengers were injured. They had to be offloaded from the planes and then transferred to other flights. The Federal Aviation Administration is investigating how the incident happened. I'm Brad Ford.
Leaders of Deere & Company say they're taking a second look at future investments as a result of tariffs.
The agricultural equipment manufacturer says they expect tariffs to cost them $500 million this year. As a result, Deere says they're now taking a measured approach to earlier plans to invest $20 billion in the U.S. over the next decade. I'm Craig Michaels.
The Food and Drug Administration has approved a blood test which detects conditions in the brain tied to Alzheimer's disease.
The test, called Lumipulse, measures 2 proteins found in the blood's plasma to find if a patient has plaques in the brain. Tests up until now have been more invasive, using brain scans and a spinal tap to confirm the presence of plaques. An FDA spokesperson said this clearance is an important step for Alzheimer's disease diagnosis, making it easier and more accessible for patients in earlier stages. I'm Jim Forbes.
AAA reports the national average for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.17. Mono County, California is up to $5.85 a gallon, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as we close out the weekend, rolling into a brand new day. As we turn the page on the calendar, 19th day of May, Monday. Yes, everybody's favorite day of the week. Look at some of our industry headlines coming up this hour, and of course, there's several discussing there on the chat room. Joe Biden diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer that reportedly is spread to his bones. CNN reports, according to the statement from his personnel office this past day, last week he was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. So on Friday, diagnosed with prostate cancer, characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group 5, which when it comes to the cancer I'm not real familiar with what all that means, with metastasis to the bone. Now, they went on to say, while this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be what they say is hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The family looking at what the treatment options might be. He had secretly spent time at a hospital in Philly a couple of Fridays ago after doctors at that time had discovered a small nodule on his prostate. That discovery required what they called further evaluation. So they're not really giving any more details at this point in time, but all right, let's see here. Oh, High Tech on board. What's happening, High Tech?
Oh, not much. I'm just curious. I wonder if he finds out for sure he's fixing to kick the bucket, if he comes out and makes a confession to all of us.
I wouldn't hold my breath for that.
I've got something here. I have no idea if it's going to work, but I have an AI.
Neuf means 9 in French. Did you have a question about that?
Oops, wait a minute. Could you hear her?
Yeah, a little distant, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, I'm going to warn you, because I don't exactly know how much she knows about you, so don't ask her any personal questions about, like, your location or stuff like that, because she's going to blurt it out over the air. So, you can ask her about Bozo. You can ask her. She knows everything about your dad. She knows everything about the trucking industry. If you want to know any regulation, she knows it. Anything you can think of, even stuff that just happened, that tornado in London, Kentucky, she knows about that. So she can tell you where it started, how much estimated, how many were killed, everything.
Mm-hmm. So this is
I'm going to put it out.
This is an AI thing, right? Is it which one is this? Is it like the Chat GPT or?
This is Grok. This is the one that I can switch it and she'll talk dirty to you.
Okay, I
wouldn't do that on the air because I've never used it for something like that, but normally she just puts on and talks smutty. But then there's an unhinged one that every other word's a 4-letter word comes out of it.
Right.
So, but I just got her switched to the kitty mode, the assistant right now. So I'm going to introduce you, and she'll say something. When she's done talking, can you hear that when I tap the phone?
Yeah.
All right, when she's done talking, because you can't see the screen, I'll tap the phone so you'll know she's done. Okay, let me turn her on. Oops. Hello, Grok. I have Steve Sommers on the phone with me right now. Would you like to tell him what he's doing right now?
I don't have real-time information, but based on what I know, Steve Sommers is likely hosting his radio show on WFAN, probably from 6:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern Time, since it's a weekday evening. He's probably talking sports, taking calls.
Oh, wrong Steve
That's
Sommers.
the wrong Steve Sommers. That's
wrong Steve Sommers. This Steve Sommers has the overnight trucking radio show.
Oh, my mistake. If this is Steve Summers from the Overnight Trucking Radio Show, he's not on air right now since it only streams from midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. Maybe he's prepping for the week or just taking it easy on a Sunday night. You can catch him live on overnightdriverradio.com or by calling 844-844-3388 during those hours.
How about that, Grok?
All right, Steve, go ahead and talk to her.
Grok, can you tell me? Can you tell me what?
The Overnight Radio Show from midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. What can I help you with right now?
Grok, give him a chance to talk.
Grok, tell me what prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group number 5 means.
I don't think she's picking up what you say on the thing. He wants to know what was it, the Gleason score, a prostate cancer with a Gleason score of 5 is?
A Gleason score of 9, grade group 5.
A score of 5 for prostate cancer means the cancer cells...
Wait a minute. Grok, it's a Gleason score of 9 with a level 5.
Okay, a Gleason score of 9 indicates very aggressive prostate cancer, with the cells being highly abnormal. The level 5 part isn't standard, but it might refer to the PSA level or stage. You should clarify with a doctor for an accurate interpretation.
Very aggressive cancer. That's what they're saying. So you just chat. You just chat with her when you're bored. You just ask her questions.
Score of 9 is quite serious.
Hang on, let me mute her. I got to shut her up. She's not picking up what's on the phone. But I'll give you for instance. We'll go in the Wayback Machine. Grok, tell us about the trucking bozo.
Yep. I assume you mean recent news about trucking. Trucking stocks
No.
like ODFL,
Grok. I want to know about the radio personality, Trucking Bozo.
Gail the Truckin' Bozo Sommers was a legendary radio personality known for his country music show aimed at truck drivers, hosted mainly on WLW and later Sirius XM. He passed away in 2012, but his son Steve Summers now hosts the Overnight Trucking Radio Show, continuing the legacy.
See, she knows about Bozo, so I wish I could get it hooked up where she could pick up what you were saying on the phone. You could probably put this in your studio or something like that, and put the sexy voice on there, and that would be entertaining for many drivers.
Fascinating. Artificial intelligence. All right. So really, it's just everything that's on the internet. She can just kind of instantaneously pull it up.
Right. She's got the whole Library of Congress in there. She's got the whole law library. You can ask her about anything that the government's ever done as far as in a courtroom, and she can instantly pull it up. If you got the model where you type in, you can tell her what your problem is, who you want to sue, and she'll type up the legal document to whatever court that you want to submit it to. Like if you want to go to circuit court in Ohio, she'll put it in a format specifically for that court in there, and you can take it down there, and I can see that being a problem. But she's pretty smart, and the way this is one Elon did, so he's got several modes on it where, like say, you can go unhinged, you can go conspiracy, then there's the romantic, argumentative, sexy Grok. So they've got all different kinds of modes you can go with. I just had it on the assistant mode, so you just get pretty much a straightforward answer to whatever you ask.
Right. So you could technically ask her to teach you how to argue with your wife, I guess.
Right. Usually, if you put her in, what do you call it? One of the modes. Let's see. There's a meditate. What mode would be for that? motivational mode or romantic mode, it's going to just say, yes, dear, yes, dear. Say yes, dear to everything. But if you go to the straightforward one, it'll probably tell you, well, if you can't get it out, you may seek counseling by a professional and all like that. And they give you a long list of, it's got a therapist.
Therapist mode. It's like it's like calling Dr. Laura Ingram, right? All right, high tech. That's artificial intelligence. He knows I've never messed around and talked with the artificial intelligence. Of course, I do have an Alexa, which pretty much is an alarm clock. It's about all I use Alexa for, an alarm clock and play music to help me sleep. All right, Old Demon, back from his, I think that was a 2-week, maybe longer, the big cruise. We'll get a full report after this.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
As we continue to follow the particularly dangerous situation south central Kansas, this particular cell has been prompting tornado warnings as a confirmed large on-the-ground tornado for numerous counties it has now crossed. We now have the latest warning for Reno County and southeastern Rice County. So we're moving out of south central Kansas, more approaching central Kansas. And again, confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, moving northeast 30 miles per hour. This particular tornado will be near Sterling, Kansas, about 10 minutes from now. It's just the latest warning coming in from the National Weather Service office there in Wichita. What's going on, Scotty?
I'm running from tornadoes. That's getting pretty close to the house there.
Is it?
About 40, 50 miles just northwest of Wichita. There, Viola. I got a bunch of friends that live down there, and that's like I said, it's moved over. It's going to miss Wichita. It sounds like, but Reno County's over at Hutchinson. Like I said, it's about 50 miles from Wichita, so, been dodging them all week, so. Got off the boat on Sunday and I went ahead and I stayed in Jacksonville a couple nights, and the weather got bad. I was like, well, I'm not going to get out there and drive in it. I had all week off, and then went over to Mississippi and stayed with my sister for the week. And I was going to leave Friday night, and they had all those tornadoes that went across Missouri and Kentucky, and so I stayed there another night, and then got up last night, went home, and then turned around, had a little bit of sleep and work tonight. But second, I'll get to my cruise in a minute. Did you see the reports where the Carnival Conquest went through that storm down in the Bahamas and it flooded all the balconies and everything on the boat?
I did not, no.
Yeah, they had pictures of it. I mean, it flooded more than just the balcony. I mean, there was, it pretty much flooded the boat.
Wow.
Of course, the balconies, they've got supposed to have a drain on them, so they don't hold water, but, you might Google it and you can see some of the pictures, of course, if it gets up into the glass, it's going to run off the boat, but, it showed some pictures inside where it was running down the stairwells and stuff. Of course, the Conquest, that's one we was on in, 2017, I believe. But, anyway. Yeah, it's a pretty good cruise, It's 2 weeks, 2 different cruises, and, first week, pretty much rained all week, but it wasn't bad. The boat was all right, the crowd was all right, but, it's not the ship's not really geared toward, to me, it's not geared toward the Caribbean. It's not geared toward a party crowd. It's the real small pool in the Lido deck, and then it does have the back of the Lido deck, like the older ships, where that's got a pool back there, and that's got a bar, and that's kind of where where the partying went on,
Mm-hmm.
But the boat was hot. No circulation on it. No air circulation at all through it seemed like. I mean, you couldn't hardly sit in the casino. It was just almost miserable some nights. But I just can't figure out. You go on one cruise, you stay on the boat, which is the first time I've ever done that, how the crowd can change. It was such a mellow crowd the first week, and then just the rudest people you ever imagine on the second week.
Really?
I mean, yeah, just it was weird. And then there was about 30 of us that stayed on the boat, and every one of us pretty much did the same thing. But the week before, the crowd was totally different. And then everybody this week they were like, "Man, this crowd's rude." But it's only a ship that, it was the Venezia, which is the one they brought over from Costa. It's definitely a more laid back. It's more. There's a lot more seating in it. It's more just to kind of sit around and people watch.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of venues and stuff like that. A lot of different places to eat, but it's definitely not set up like the normal Carnival ships. But and then Jay didn't get to go. Hell, he made it to Jacksonville there on Saturday night, and of course we went out on Sunday, and then he went ahead and stayed there that night, and turned around and had to go back home, and his dad passed away the following Friday.
So he didn't even get on the ship. He never even got on board, huh?
No.
Wow.
No, he drove down to Jacksonville, got there, like I said, Saturday afternoon, we went and had a bite to eat and drank a few drinks, and he went ahead and stayed the night, and then turned around and went back home. He found out about a half an hour from Jacksonville that what was going on. So it's kind of a good thing he didn't get on the boat,
Mm-hmm.
But I talked to him yesterday, and everything's going good. His dad had a good week, and second, he chose not to, continue dialysis, and that was on Friday, and then he passed away the following Friday.
Wow.
But said he had a good week though. Said he got, everybody got to come in and see him, and his daughter posted pictures. He was up fixing breakfast one morning, and, but amazing how, they can go down that quick,
Yep.
He only had like 5% kidney function without the dialysis, so it wasn't long,
Mm-hmm.
But he said he didn't really suffer, so that kind of was a bummer for the cruise, But and then you remember Rick and Donna, Brick.
Mm-hmm.
you know, remember them? They got on the second week with us.
Oh, okay.
Got to spend the week with them. Yeah, they come down and they're on the boat still right now. They're doing 11 more days, and it's going to end up in New York.
Wow.
So I had a good week with them. They're doing well, but I wouldn't do another back-to-back, and I think I'm done with the Caribbean. It's just just not done everything down there,
Mm-hmm.
But we done St. Thomas and Amber Cove and San Juan the first week, and then done Belize and Cozumel and Roatan, Honduras the second week. But anyway, like I said, I'm done with that. I think we got that 22-day cruise to Australia coming up, so
you've done
find something different.
You've done Alaska now. You've done the Panama Canal. Now you've done everything: Eastern, Southern, Western Caribbean. So Australia, that'll be a little different.
Yeah, well, we get Hawaii and Tahiti out of that, and of course I've done Cabo and Costa Rica and Colombia and everything over there too, so this will definitely be different. But anyway, don't guess I got much more. I was gonna take and call in and see how y'all been. Hell, I ain't been listening the last 3 weeks, obviously.
That's right. It's been nearly a month since you hit the high seas there. So,
yeah. Okay, well, y'all have a good one. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks for the update there, Scotty, a.k.a. Demon. It's 844-844-3388. According to James Comer, they believe they've discovered who in the White House was using the auto pen, kind of running the show there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We have increased tariffs on China by 30%. They have increased them by 10 on us. We now have a mechanism in place to continue talks.
The Trump administration insists that there was no retreat with its tariffs on China. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent insisted this is not a tit-for-tat policy the U.S. and China previously engaged in.
Both sides realized that this, as I had said, it was unsustainable.
He added both sides agreed to lower tariffs to open a window of negotiations to get a final trade deal with the country. Former President Joe Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer. The former president says the diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate on Friday, which required further evaluation. The former president and his family are reviewing treatment options. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, rolling into what Captain Ron describes as the greatest day of the week. Hello to Philip in Florida. Looks like he's up and at 'em. Here we go. Get the new week started there. Mentioned the auto pen. House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer said Friday that the panel has opened an investigation into former President Biden's use of the auto pen to issue all those 11th hour pardons, adding he thinks they know who the staffer who did it is. He is speaking to the Republican National Lawyers Association Policy Conference in Washington Friday, stating, quote, "So our newest investigation at Oversight Committee is we're investigating the auto pen, and I think we've identified the staffer who operated it. If what we think is going to play out on the auto pen investigation, it's going to create a strong case on these pardons." Now, the auto pen was used for Biden's preemptive pardons for his family members, recall, in those waning hours of his presidency. Also receiving pardons before Biden left were the former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's January 6th committee. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the former director of the National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Disease, General Mark Milley, chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Of course, President Trump declared the pardons issued by Biden were void, vacant, and of no further force or effect because they were signed by a device. Now, the Oversight Project, an arm of the Heritage Foundation, said the use of an auto pen was used to produce Biden's signature on every document we could find, including Biden's pardon of the 6 criminals on December 30th of 2022 while Joe was actually vacationing and golfing in the Virgin Islands. Yeah, the pardons all said signed in the city of Washington. Of concern for Republicans in the Oversight Project is whether Biden was even aware of what he was signing or whether he actually signed them at all. Whoever controlled the auto pen controlled the presidency. According to the Oversight Project, the New York Post reported March 14 that a key aide to Biden may have exceeded their authority by liberally using the auto pen to sign official documents. They cited two former White House sources. The Biden aide, who did not respond to requests for comment, would frequently make mention of what the boss wanted, according to the report of the Post. One White House source told the Post that to them, the staffer basically was the president. And now Comer says he believes the committee knows the identity of that person. And the plot kind of thickens, as they say. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Morning, Brain Dead. Happy Friday to you.
Yeah, it is. But, Steve, we need to have a talk with that feller there that called in. He seriously needs to, I can't say those words. He needs serious, well, I can't say those words, but you can figure out probably where I'm going with this, though. But real quickly, though, in Mississippi, if you're going I-55 south, it is shut down at the 283-mile marker. Going south, going north is open. They have multiple trees down along the interstate. And there's also a couple of crunched-up accidents going southbound. So you're going to be there for a little bit because they said this happened about an hour and a half ago. They shut the road down. So.
Okay.
So I see you had a good weekend. I heard you had a good weekend. So if you want to, you can come over and cut my grass for me. I don't mind.
I had to cut my own. That's fine. I'm fine. I'm good to go. Thank you.
So how many a skull buster did it take this time? 2 or 3?
Times how many?
Oh, so we're up to a pup sent you down a few 6-packs then, huh?
Right.
So, I've got 2 big breaking news stories in the world of sports, and then I'll get to this whole Pete Rose and the path to the Hall of Fame. And let me tell you, I've read this. It's not going to be as easy as everybody thinks it is. So,
correct.
Of course, everybody knows Christopher Bell won the All-Star race, and I catched about the first 5 or 10 laps of how they're going to make a couple deliveries. And last thing I checked, the race was over with. So, Chandler Smith Saturday night won the truck race, and our good friend Cletus McFarland, he will be running the ARCA race at the Charlotte before the Charlotte race Friday night. Now, I know our people love Kyle Larson. Now, Kyle Larson is in the Indy 500. Yes, he qualified 21st for the Indy 500. Now, I'm going to say this right now. He will not make the top 10, period. He will not make the top 10 because from the pole winner, and I don't remember his name off the top of my head, he is 2 miles an hour slower than them, and they need to find some speed. Otherwise, they're not going to get there. And granted, this guy can run the wheels off of anything. I mean, you put him in a car. I mean, heck, you probably put him in a boat and he'll win it. But I don't think he has the speed to get into the top 10. Now, please note, this is my opinion and only my opinion, and what will happen is, well, that's left up to be determined. Now, go on that YouTube website they just came out with and look up the wreck that Colton Herta had during his qualifying run. He hit the turn 1 and flipped it over at 230 plus miles an hour.
Ouch.
And luckily he walked away without a scratch, because when you look at it, the air just got just a certain turbulence behind it, and the car went up and airborne. So at least he's okay. That's the main thing when you see that wreck. But two big stories in the world of sports, Steve. Now, we can either go NASCAR or we can go baseball. So which way do you want to go?
Well, you got the NASCAR. We're on that, so let's start there.
Good deal. Now, I'm going to butcher this name, so if it's all you people, please forgive me. Don't send me hate mail. Send me the checks for $19.95 instead, but just don't send me the hate mail. Now, it was announced Friday, one of the grand marshals of the Coke 600. Now, I know you haven't heard this. It's going to be the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Did I say that right?
Hegseth.
Oh, thank you. He's going to be one of the grand marshals for the Coca-Cola 600. Now, yay, right? So, now, number two, and Philly Dan, I'm sorry for you, brother. I totally feel sorry for you. But Jose Alvarado is suspended for 80 games. And if the Phillies make the playoffs, he cannot play till next season because he tested positive for the PED, the performance enhancing drugs. So,
really?
Real quick, I'm going to jump back over here to the racing world here. Franz Herrmann did a test at Nuremberg this past week. Nuremberg is a 13-mile, 158 run. I'm going to say it eventually right here in a minute. 158 turn racetrack. I love to see NASCAR go there. I really would, but it's Germany. I don't see that happening. But his name is Max Verstappen from that. Now, Arlington, Texas is going to host the IndyCar race in March of 2026. This will be a 2.73 mile track. It'll pass around Texas Stadium and Globe Field. Now, they're estimating it's going to bring in $45 million to the city. And this is going to be the really good timing because you don't have any football games going on and everybody's in spring training. So the road closures and the impact to I think they call it the entertainment district, is not going to be as bad. So now also too, speaking of the double dip, Kyle Busch said in an interview this past week that in 2017 he was tapped to do the double dip, but Joe Gibbs wouldn't sign off for it because it was a Chevy car that he was running, but they run Toyotas. And then in 2019 he also had the same deal, but it fell through, and guess who took it? Yes, if you guessed Kyle Larson, you get a prize too. So do you want to smash a break and come back and we'll talk about Pete Rose?
Oh, we got time. We can go ahead. I heard some of the discussion about Pete this past day, and they were kind of explaining you mentioned the sports writers, but there's also some Hall of Famers that are a part of that group that select who's going to be on the ballot. And there are, according to what I heard, some of those Hall of Famers that are adamantly against, like no way to let Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame.
Well, slow down. Just pump the brakes and pause for a moment. Let me get to that, okay? Now, everybody, and I bet Rick's probably listening to this by now, but good buddy Rick Friend. It's not so much a rubber stamp, and it's not fast. It's not going to be a quick and easy process, so to speak. Of course, we all know in December of 27 is when the actual committee is going to be voting. Now, how it's going to work, now most people are going to think, well, is Johnny Bench or Tony Perez or Mike Schmidt going to be on the committee, or will it be stacked against him? Well, not so fast. We have no idea who's going to be on that committee. That's 3 era committees elections from now. So the Hall of Fame is 2 years from even being in the process of being made up. So we don't even know. I mean, could it be Tony Schmidt? I mean, Mike Schmidt? Mike Schmidt or Tony Bench? Possibly, but we don't know as of this very moment. Now, what we do know is he's got to get through the screening process first. Now, this is the group that's appointed by the Baseball Writers Association, and that group is known by the Historical Overview Committee, and they will decide if he appears on the ballot. That's number one hurdle. I ain't gotten anywhere further yet. Now, he isn't eligible for consideration any sooner because he played most of his career before 1980. So he can only be considered by the Classic Era Committee, and that committee election is scheduled to be laid out years before this even happens. Now, let's assume, and I'm using the air quotes here, assume he clears the first hurdle, which it seems likely, but it's not guaranteed. So he would then be voted on by the Era Committee in early December 2027. Now, this meeting is going to be near the site of the winter meetings. Now, there is no idea who'll be voting that day, none. But I'll tell you this: the voters will be coming in from the baseball universe. So, like I said, could it be a Hall of Famer? Yeah. Could it be the team owners? Possibly. It could be a bunch of baseball writers. That's the thing. But the 16-member committee is likely to have 6 Hall of Fame players on it. That's the thing. And you made a good point. You made a good point about the ones who are the traditionalists, are the ones that are like, sorry, you bet on baseball, you broke the rule, goodbye, good luck, have a good life. So we have that. Now, they've kind of set down how all this process is going to work and the outcome of it. So there's going to be an election day. And so the committee just doesn't show up and vote. It meets for hours and hours. You know, pretty much call Papa John's, order a bunch of pizzas kind of long, if you get where I'm going with this. But they also discuss every candidate on the ballot. So it's not just Pete Rose on there. It's, Fred McGriff. It could be, Dave Parker. I mean, it could be, whoever. There could be 15 guys on there. But we don't know who all is going to be there. That's the thing. So these guys had better have some dinner reservation. I hear Papa John's does deliveries at some point in time. So we got all that. Now, there's only 3 slots on each ballot. Now, say Pete Rose does get on the ballot. He needs 12 of the 16 voters.
Correct.
Sorry, 12 of 16 voters, yeah. The committee members will then learn which player or players got elected only a few minutes before the public, us, gets the big news. So who's on the committee? Like we said, who's on the committee? Doesn't matter. This could be executives, historians, researchers, 6 players. I mean, like we said. Now, how hard is it to get to 75%? That's the bigger question. Because okay, power just went out over here. Sorry, squirrel moment. So you've got to get that percent. And you've got all these other people that are going to be fighting with you. So it also depends, like we said, who all is going to be on the ballot, who all is going to be running with you. Okay? Now, the other people who are thinking they're on the ballot, Tommy John, Ken Boyer, Negro League figures. Other candidates that could be on this, Kurt Flood, Bobby Grich, Rusty Staub, Roger Maris. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So I really hope that he does get in. That's the thing. But the other thing, too, is about 2.5 years ago, in December of 2022, Bonds and Clemens appeared on one of these committees' ballots for the first time. Well, in their 10th and final spin through the writers' election cycle, they didn't get the 2/3 votes and were within 40 votes of getting elected. So Fred McGriff, I would love to see him in. Fred McGriff did make it in, I'm sorry. He did make it in. But Only time will tell. We're only getting started. We've only scratched the surface, Steve. But like I said, I really do hope Pete Rose does get in.
There's a distinct possibility that we will all be dead and gone by the time he actually gets in there. It's possible. Yeah, because, like you said, it's several years from now. And then if he doesn't get in on that first go-around, I think it's at least 2-3 years later before the next opportunity. And, the clock keeps on a-ticking.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, Scotty back on board. What'd you forget?
I was going to tell Captain Ron on that Alaska cruise, don't overthink it. Don't overpack. It's not that cold up there. We done the Alaska cruise. There's people dressed up like Eskimos getting off the boat, and they turn around and come back on the boat, and they were, sweating to death. But, it's going to be chilly, but, you ain't got to put your Arctic mittens on and your damn parka and all that stuff on, and snow boots. It's not going to be that cold up there. But, could you imagine sitting down at a poker table and you got a possibility of hitting a jackpot of $60,000 or $260,000, and if you hit a royal flush, and not putting a $5 or a $10 wager on it, but betting everything else. There was a lady on our cruise that done exactly that. She was just betting the minimum bet, but not taking a bet in the side bet for the jackpot. And of course, the jackpot pays like full house on up.
Mm-hmm.
It pays like $100. And I got a straight flush on our cruise back in October that paid me $2,500. She wasn't betting it. She missed $60,000 or $260,000.
Wow.
She flopped the Heart Royal flush.
Wow.
But I just couldn't imagine it. But I didn't see it, but I heard about it. And I talked to the girl, and she won $3,100 instead of $60,000. But anyway, I just thought that was kind of interesting to bring that up. But if you're going to take and play poker on the damn cruise ship, or even the blackjack, they have the same sort of bet. If you're taking, if the dealer deals you 2 queen of hearts, you win the jackpot. If the dealer gets a blackjack, and I've seen it hit. But if you're going to play, might as well spend the extra $5. You're already betting, $25. You might as well put the other $5 up there. But anyway, that's all I had. Like I said, Captain Ron, don't overthink that cruise. You know, we went up there. Of course, it was August when we went, but you know, and I think Ed will tell you the same thing. You know, don't overthink it. It's not that cold. It might be chilly, just a light windbreaker is about all you need. You know, but enjoy the scenery and have fun.
I guess the scenery is going to be more like maybe polar bears or whales rather than chicks in bikinis by the pool.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see polar bears either. But yeah, you're not going to see too many chicks by the pool. Matter of fact, the Lido deck is probably going to be, yoga in the morning. That's about it. But we did see whales. But anyway. Okay, well, that's about all I got. I'll talk with y'all later.
Thanks for the heads up there. All right, we'll get to some industry headlines here. We'll start with Colorado coming up after the news break. And good to have you on board. What do we have? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Closing out the weekend and making our way into we turned the page, 19th day of May. Greatest day of the week. And we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former President Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones.
The diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate Friday that required further evaluation. The cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The statement said the former president and his family are reviewing treatment options. I'm Lisa Carton.
White House predicts President Trump will get positive results when he speaks to Russian President Putin on Monday about a ceasefire in Ukraine. That's what U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said on ABC's This Week.
I believe that the president is going to have a successful call with Vladimir Putin. They know each other. The president is determined to get something done here.
Trump previously said hopefully it'll be a productive day and a ceasefire will take place. Officials from Russia and Ukraine held their first direct talks on Friday in Istanbul and agreed to the largest prisoner swap of their 3-year-old war. Former Vice President Mike Pence says it's a bad idea for President Trump to accept a 747 jet from the nation of Qatar to someday use as Air Force One.
Trump administration officials have already said they plan to accept the luxury 747 from Qatar's semi-constitutional monarchy and use it for the president's travel. The former vice president tells NBC's Meet the Press accepting the jet would raise security and constitutional concerns.
Qatar has a long history of playing both sides. They support Hamas. They supported al-Qaeda. Qatar has actually financed pro-Hamas protests on American campuses across the United States.
Pence suggests if Qatar wants to give the U.S. a gift, it could direct $400 million to infrastructure on their military base.
So the very idea that we would accept an Air Force One from Qatar, I think, is inconsistent with our security, with our intelligence needs.
I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he may cancel city contracts with groups he and his staff determine are anti-Semitic as concerns grow within his own administration.
Adams was on CNN Friday talking about his new office to combat anti-Semitism. He told Wolf Blitzer he wants the office to look at city contracts with entities that are dealing with hate or anti-Semitism. The Daily News says an anonymous source in the administration is worried the office will yank money from Muslim and Arab groups that have condemned Israel's attacks in Gaza. An Adams spokesperson says defunding groups is not the goal of the new office, but that the mayor is not ruling it out. Andrew Whitman, New York.
A man was killed and a sleeping child injured by a stray bullet from a shooting early Saturday morning. That occurred in the city of Federal Way, Washington.
Police say the shooting happened during a domestic violence incident. Officers found an 18-year-old man wounded. He died at the scene. A stray bullet hit an 11-year-old who was asleep in a nearby apartment. The child was hospitalized in stable condition. Detectives are trying to locate the suspect. I'm Brad Ford.
The daughter of the late achieved a life milestone.
Kobe Bryant's oldest daughter is officially a college graduate. Natalia Bryant graduated cum laude from the University of Southern California School of Cinematic Arts earlier this week. Natalia's mother, Vanessa Bryant, posted a picture of her daughter on social media showing her wearing a graduation stole with the Black Mamba logo embroidered on it. Vanessa's message to Natalia on the Instagram post was, "We're so proud of you."
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Welcome back. Welcome aboard as we roll into a brand new day. It comes a Monday. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. So, heads up, last week, Colorado lawmakers passing legislation intended to reduce noise pollution from commercial vehicles. The Colorado General Assembly passing House Bill 25-1039. It's now on the governor's desk awaiting his signature. Currently, Colorado state law only requires a muffler on commercial vehicles equipped with an engine compression brake, or your Jake brake. This bill strengthens this requirement by mandating that all commercial vehicles be equipped with a muffler that is either visibly inspectable or accompanied by documentation verifying its presence and compliance. It also increases the fine for non-compliant truckers from $500 to now $1,000. If a trucker can prove that a muffler was installed within 30 days after a citation is issued, that fine can be reduced by 50%. This goes into effect July 1 of 2027. Golden's unique location at the intersection of major highways has made us particularly vulnerable to noise from commercial vehicles lacking proper mufflers, according to the mayor there in Golden, Colorado. According to the Colorado Community Media, Colorado Motor Carriers Association President Greg Fulton said that there is a small number of truckers that remove their muffler because they prefer the look and the loud noise that you get, obviously without the muffler. Meanwhile, a truck driver has been cleared of all felony charges and found guilty of several lesser charges. This is in relation to the fatal crash that involved the high school marching band bus back in 23. 61-year-old driver Jacob McDonald has been found guilty of 6 misdemeanor counts of vehicular homicide this past Friday. Now, according to mysanantone.com, McDonald was initially facing 26 charges, 6 third-degree felony counts of aggravated vehicular homicide, 9 fourth-degree felony counts of vehicular assault, and 11 first-degree misdemeanor counts of assault. This was the crash involving McDonald's semi-truck and a high school marching band bus on Interstate 70 in northeast Ohio that killed 6 people, 3 students and 3 adult chaperones. McDonald had failed to slow for traffic that was caused by a previous wreck, ultimately rear-ended an automobile, pushing it into the bus. The judge ruled in this case that the state failed to provide a convincing argument for the element of recklessness that could have led to those felony charges. This job gives me the opportunity to recognize how, at various points in our life, we are all just a few feet or a few seconds away from disaster. And that is what happened here, according to the judge. McDonald will be sentenced at a latter date. His attorney states he's facing a maximum sentence now of potentially 18 months, whereas it could have been many, many years behind bars with those felony charges. As we get the new week underway, hey, Mike, how was your weekend there, Horse Feathers?
Oh, not too bad there. We ended up probably like you. Saturday was a nice day, so it ended up being a staying-at-home day, and the wife wanted to pressure wash the deck, and I said you can't just start with pressure washing the deck because you got all the spring crap all over everything, so you got to start with leaf blowing the roof to get all the crap off the roof, and then you got to pressure wash the gutters, and then you got to pressure wash the siding and get everything rinsed off of all it and washed down. And if you got any of that green algae crap growing, you got to get that all rinsed off the siding and stuff. And so we got it down. And by that time, guess what? We just got started doing the deck, and it was time to be done for the day. So yesterday we had some other things to do, so I guess we got to try to get back at the deck here this week. But heck, at this point, this morning, I practically need a long sleeve shirt on outside, down to 60 degrees, Your Honor. Where'd the winter weather come back from?
Right.
But anyways, there. So, man, they had a little horse race there in Baltimore there Saturday evening. I don't know if you got to catch the Preakness or not there.
We did.
But I thought there might be a little inquiry there. What did you think, Your Honor? Do you think journalism was a little aggressive, making a hole to get through to try to get up there to get the win?
Well, I mean, there was. I told the princess, I said, "Hey, they're going to crash." She got a charge out of it. Yeah. She's going to crash. Yeah.
I tell you what, with a bump like that, they're lucky they didn't collect legs and actually crash.
Yes,
I mean,
correct.
They very easily could have got their legs tangled up together, and they all would have gone down. So, and with them being at the front of the pack, well, there's the big one, you know. It happens in horse racing too. So anyways, but congratulations to journalism. He got his win that he didn't get down there in Kentucky, and I don't know, has there been any announcement of, you know, sometimes they announce pretty quick. I didn't hear anything else because I was actually headed out the door to do my Saturday load because I didn't get around to it Friday night because Friday there after I got home we didn't get to bed too early. So Friday night I'm like, yeah, I'm not going. I'll do it Saturday night. And so I was actually out my door. So I didn't hear if they announced if anybody's getting ready to head to Saratoga. Remember now, don't go to New York City for the Belmont this year. You got to go up to Saratoga one more time. And I haven't heard who's they've started announcing who's going to be in that race yet. So I guess maybe Brain Dead there. He gets a minute to step back from all this Hall of Fame stuff. So anyways, he'll let us know. But with the Hall of Fame stuff, now is there a certain amount of times that that Pete Rose could come up as eligible? I mean, is it a one and done, or is it like can he do it for like 3 years, or how long can this go on? After what was it, 27 or 28 or whatever it was that they were saying there.
I know there is a limit to attempts, but it's definitely more than one because if he doesn't get in on the first attempt here, like in 27. I think it's 2 or 3 years later before the next even possibility.
Okay. So, listening to Brain Dead there was somebody, the name that he mentioned that I didn't realize wasn't in the Hall of Fame that I kind of thought would be in, and that was Roger Maris. I didn't realize that Roger Maris wasn't in the Hall of Fame because he was the first one to get the 61, of course with the asterisks. But anyways, so that was kind of surprising to hear that. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, it's kind of a quiet weekend there. So, but we had some rough weather there. I guess it was Friday evening there. We had some storms come through, and I don't know if they've determined if anything was more than just hard straight line winds, or if possibly there was even a tornado down here in the Baltimore area, because there were some people out driving around showing some storm damage, and even 24 hours ago there, I came across a couple roads that traffic lights still hadn't been turned back on, and roads were closed due to the power company working and trees being down on wires and stuff like that. So there was, a few areas there, and as I say, it was probably 24 hours later that people were still without power in this area. But I don't know. I sent you a couple things there over the weekend, and I guess the one thing there that kept coming back there, and at first when you first saw it seemed kind of funny. You talk about the Mexican Navy,
right?
And of course, they're they're all up to date there because they're sailing ships with, big masts and sails because, you know, the Mexican Navy's right up to date. But then, you know, you find out it's not quite so funny when actually they had 2 fatalities and what was it, 22 that were injured, and I forget how many are in serious condition.
Did you see any of the video or photographs where all the, I don't know how many personnel were on that ship, but they were lined up on each bar of all 3 masts. There was dozens and dozens of sailors up there on those masts when it hit.
Yeah, and when I first saw the videos, you didn't realize that. It was kind of getting to be dusk, and they had lights on and everything, and you really didn't see any of the people on the ship, so you just thought it was kind of going through, and, you know, and it was a Postmate, and, you know, of course, I made a little comment that, you know, it's the bridge builder's fault for not building the bridge tall enough, and then or you know what it is, Your Honor, is the global warming, and the water has risen and made it too short for the, but anyways, no, all the best to the families of, you know, those who passed and injured, and hope for their recovery and all that. So yeah, I didn't, you know, in the beginning, as I say, didn't realize how bad it was. So again, another story that until you find out all the details, you can't really just start assuming things. So they did say that they lost power. Now here's a second ship that has lost power to approaching a bridge. Of course, we all remember what happened to the Key Bridge. So, and 6 lives were lost there from the construction workers. But anyways, I guess in real other little local thing here, they did have a procession for that Mark Dunbrower that was the one city firefighter that had the medical emergency last week, and I'm not sure what's going on with the other one. I haven't seen any real details of what goes on with the second one yet. So we'll see, maybe update a little more on that. And what's up with former President Biden? I'm hearing on the news, Your Honor. He's going to be in a pretty tough situation here, hearing about this prostate cancer, and if it's spread to the bones, bone cancer, and as I'm sure Monkey Gouger can tell you, there's probably no worse pain than bone cancer. So I don't know. He's gonna have a tough row to hoe here, and hopefully they'll be able to do whatever for pain management for him to keep him comfortable if that starts to develop at any point, you know, and show what it really is, because that is not a fun way to go at all. So. Anyways, other than that, I don't know. It's got a nice night, I guess. It's kind of chilly though. As I say, it was 60 degrees. We left the house. We're getting down here closer to downtown Baltimore, and we're getting up closer to 65. So I guess some of that leftover absorbed heat from the city starting to stick around here a little bit, get the air temperature up just a little bit. But other than that, I don't know. I guess one thing, I guess, since they're advertising with you now is Rainey's. We should make a little plug for them. They're doing a truck show at the end of the month. I believe it's on the 31st, and it's called Road to Wishes. And they're trying to raise $80,000 to grant 8 wishes for I believe it's Northern Florida chapter of Make-A-Wish. So wish them all the best of luck, and if anybody's going to be down in the Ocala area of Florida at the end of the month there on the 31st, if you want to swing into Rainey's, I imagine it'd be a good time. And it's the very first one they've done, so they're hoping to make it. What is it President Trump calls it? Huge. So, but anyways, wish them all the best. So, with that, Your Honor, we'll let you go out there and. Oh, you know what you got to do now.
Even on a Monday, that is correct. All right, well, hey, good to hear from you. Horse feathers, safe travels, and we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Talking about the auto pen a little bit earlier. And according to Comey, this past Friday, they believe they know who was controlling the auto pen. Donald Trump takes to Truth Social. And this post makes you really wonder what the hell have they uncovered? What does he know? Because this obviously means something has been uncovered. Yeah, Trump, let me read his post. And it was kind of a rather lengthy tirade. Whoever had control of the auto pen is looking to be a bigger and bigger scandal by the moment. It is a major part of the real crime that the presidential election of 2020 was rigged and stolen. Millions and millions of people knew that, but the radical left Democrats waged a campaign of inoculation and innocence like none that had ever been waged before. This is why the Unselect Committee of political thugs who were given a full, complete pardon by the person who wielded the now illegally used auto pen, deleted and destroyed all evidence and information from their corrupt and vicious witch hunt against me and many other people whose lives were completely shattered and destroyed by this historically criminal event. Remember, it all began with dirty cop James Comey, Obama, a hapless, cognitively impaired, sleepy Joe Biden, and my now very famous accusation that they spied on my campaign. Whoever had control of the auto pen is just the beginning. The biggest crime of all is the 2020 election was rigged. MAGA won the election by millions of votes, and everyone knows it. God bless America, for the fight has just begun. Kind of a bit of a sinister, what's that mean? What does he know? And Even more curious now to who was controlling the auto pen. All right, we'll get to Philip in Florida coming up after the news break here. First, commercial drivers across the country, you're going to notice some major changes to the medical certification process starting next month. Beginning on June 23rd, medical examiners will electronically submit the result of a commercial vehicles driver's exam directly to the FMCSA. Results of exams must be submitted by midnight of the calendar day following the exam per the new rule. The FMCSA will then electronically transmit all driver identification, examination results, restriction information, and medical variance information to the state driver's licensing agencies. The state agencies will then post a medical qualifications status on the CDL driver's record. After June 23rd, commercial drivers and learner's permit holders will no longer be required to submit their own medical examiner's certificates to the state licensing agencies. Having medical examiners submit exam results electronically directly to the FMCSA, that is intended to reduce errors and streamline the medical certification process. Now, additionally, after that June 23rd compliance date, motor carriers will no longer be required to verify that commercial learner's permit or CDL drivers were examined by a certified medical examiner listed on the National Registry. The FMCSA's Medical Examiner Certification Integration Rule, adopted 10 years ago. The compliance date was initially set for June of 2018, then it was June of 21, then June of 25. Through all those years, they say they were having technical issues, IT system issues. So word from Landline is drivers should continue to carry a paper copy until the June 23rd deadline, and maybe after, just in case any issues with the implementation of the online system indeed occurs. Industry headlines. All right. Good to have you on board. How was the weekend? You can dial us up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We have increased tariffs on China by 30%. They have increased them by 10 on us. We now have a mechanism in place to continue talks.
The Trump administration insists that there was no retreat with its tariffs on China. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent insisted this is not a tit-for-tat policy the U.S. and China previously engaged in.
Both sides realized that this, as I had said, it was unsustainable.
He added both sides agreed to lower tariffs to open a window of negotiations to get a final trade deal with the country. Former President Joe Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer. The former president says the diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate on Friday, which required further evaluation. The former president and his family are reviewing treatment options. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Truck had a good weekend, rolling into a Monday. Did someone say the greatest day of the week? Well, good morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Can't complain. It's a Monday, you know.
Oh, yeah, I know. Hey, real quick, though, I want to say something. Hey, 5.7, I'm glad you got your 5.7 back. So, man, that thing looked cool. You know, it's cool seeing 5.7 driving 5.7 this weekend on the old Facebook. Did you see it, Steve?
I did not see that.
Yeah, 5.7 got a car, got him a 5.7.
How about that?
Check it out if you know who he's on Facebook. Yep. So that's good seeing him. And man, it's warm down here, Steve. Look at AccuWeather and see what the temperature is in Orlando right now, Steve. What you got?
I'm trying to pull it up. 79 degrees right now.
You got it, buddy. Old car's reading 80 right now. I'm a little north of that, but yeah, about 79, 80 degrees down here, and it's what, almost like 2:30, a little bit past 2:30 in the morning.
Yep.
We're going to have a hot day down here, folks. I'll tell you what. Had a little fun yesterday. Played with the old pedal steel guitar and worked on the amplifier a little bit. Steve, do you know what a voltage regulator is?
Oh, kinda, yeah.
Okay, so for anybody out there that's not electronical, back in the day they had this thing called a voltage regulator. You plugged it into the wall, and then you plugged whatever you wanted to control the voltage on into it. So what I did, I had an amplifier, man. That thing was just literally driving me crazy. I'd get a hum in it. It was just making all kinds of mess and noise. So yesterday I got out the old voltage meter, which you plug in to see what the voltage is. And man, Steve, I was getting 118 volts out of the wall. I'm like, man, this ain't working for me. So I gotta calm this stuff down. So pull out the old voltage regulator. I got a Verac, plug that thing in, measure the voltage coming out of it. I put it at 105 volts, which is actually lower than back in the old days of 110 stuff. And man, she just went all right, man. It was like a totally different thing. And I was playing my steel good yesterday with that thing. I think it sounded really good. It's amazing, though, how much voltage we pump into stuff, and we don't even realize that it's coming out of the wall that hot. You know, no wonder all our stuff blows up like it does, electronics and washers and dryers and stoves and you name it, doesn't matter. And for you guys out there in the trucks, you need to do the same thing for your trucks, too. You get your little meter and check it out and make sure you got the right voltage for everything that's going in. You got anything like that on that stuff you got there, Steve?
Not really, no. Just got the surge protector stuff. That's about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I always wondered that for years, and stupid me, I didn't even think about it, because I actually went to a friend of mine who's an amp builder years ago, work on some of my stuff. He showed me that some of the amplifiers, the voltage that go across, it gets so hot, it literally puts the solder inside the amp. It gets that hot, when it goes through. So next time you have them electronic problems, guys, you might want to check out how much voltage is coming out the wall. Steve, we always talk about technology on here. Get to a lighter note here. So we always talk about technology and what it's doing and all that kind of stuff. Did you hear about that infant that they changed the infant's DNA after it was born?
I have not caught that, no. How do you do that?
Well, here's what happened. They had a newborn. They did some tests on this little fellow, and he had a liver disease. Now, guys, I'm not no doctor, but I might have to talk like one now for a little bit. Don't call me Dr. Phil, by the way. I don't recognize that guy. But anyway, his kidney would not filter out the ammonia that was coming out of his body, if that makes sense. So or not kidney, excuse me, his liver. Your liver and your kidneys are a big filter, and there's a lot of things that they have to filter, and they have to do it correctly. If they don't do it correctly, it messes you up. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this little fellow had a issue with this disease that didn't filter out the ammonia out of his body. So they went in with this gene therapy stuff, and they altered his DNA through this gene therapy, and now he's cured.
Wow.
And he's about 9 months, I think it's either 6 or 9 months old. They did it up in Pennsylvania, up by Philadelphia. And little fellow was doing good. Now, the common question is, why couldn't we do that right now to anybody, out there with their DNA? Why couldn't we just genetically, change somebody's DNA so they wouldn't have cancer or they wouldn't have this? The problem is, if the disease is started, and once it's started into motion, and it gets going, the damage is already done, and you can't reverse it. So when the baby's brand new and an infant, they can do it. They can catch it. If they can catch it in time when a baby is an infant, brand newborn, you're good to go. But once you get age on you, I guess it's after 6 months, is when your DNA is kind of set in your body after you're 6 months old, and you're at the mercy of whatever. So, I've been hearing a lot of these, I hear these horror stories about cancer, these gene therapies and different things they're trying to do that kind of stuff, and it's failing. Well, the reason it's failing is because your sequence has already started and damage has already started. Once the disease causes the damage in it, starts breaking down all the cells and all the things in you, then there's no return, if you know what I mean, Steve. So I think somebody had mentioned this about gene therapy a few months ago. One of the callers was talking about cancer. You remember that, Steve? One of the callers was talking about he didn't want to do gene therapy.
Correct.
That's the reason why that gene therapy is very fatal. The percentages of fatality go higher with the older you are, because the damage was already done to your tissue and all your cells and everything. So just thought I'd point that out, that, we don't ever talk about technology that way. We always talk about, electronic technology and all this other stuff. And, people are making strides out there. Hopefully it doesn't get into building other people, if you know what I mean. That's another thing in itself. I don't really know. That's weird. But, it is what it is. I thought I'd bring it out. And as far as Biden goes, dude, I've been through the cancer with both my parents. I don't wish that on anybody. That's a bad situation, and I wouldn't, I don't want to see it go through anyway. And a lot of folks don't realize that, hey, even though we didn't like him as a president,
right,
and some people probably feel the same way about Trump, we still have to respect the man, and he was in office. It's just like that. I mean, that's just the way it is. And Steve, are you telling me that after I get my medical certificate now, I don't have to go down to the DMV and tell them that I got my medical done?
That is affirmative.
Is that what you said? Or
that's correct.
You have got to be kidding me. I just go to my doctor and we get the thing done at the doctor, and then the doctor submits it to the FMCA, and then they submit it to the state of Florida, and then I don't have to do it anymore, and pay $8 every time I do it. What? Wow, I might go get me one of them adult Happy Meals. That's all that, man. Well, actually, that's $12. I can't do that. It's $12. So yeah, I've got to put some more money with it to get one of them adult Happy Meals. So y'all have a good one, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me. Everybody be safe out there. Thanks.
All right, Philip, you did the same. Yeah, have a great day. Safe travels. Yeah, fascinating when it comes to we typically talk a lot about space stuff with Philip there, but they say NASA engineers have miraculously revived the Voyager 1 interstellar probe's backup thrusters. Yeah, components that hadn't been used since 2004 and had been long considered fully defunct. This remarkable feat became necessary because the spacecraft's primary thrusters that control its orientation have been degrading due to residue buildup. If the thrusters fail completely, Voyager 1 would lose its ability to point its antenna toward the Earth, therefore cutting off communication with Earth after nearly 50 years of operation. To make matters more urgent, the team faced a strict deadline while trying to remedy the thruster situation. After May the 4th, the Earth-based antenna that sends commands to Voyager 1 and its twin Voyager 2 was scheduled to go offline for months of upgrades. This would have made timely intervention impossible. The twin Voyager spacecraft launched in 1977 with the primary mission was exploring the outer planets of our solar system, but after accomplishing that original goal, the Voyagers then focused their attention on studying interstellar space. Voyager 1 exited the solar system in August of 2012, followed by Voyager 2 in November of 2018. Together, these spacecraft have traveled more than 29 billion miles, making them the furthest human-made objects from the Earth, and along the way provided unprecedented insights into our solar system. Obviously, their age, their immense distance from Earth have brought about significant technical challenges. I mean, the radio scope, the power generators that keep them running gradually weaken with each passing year, forcing NASA to recently shut down instruments and heaters to conserve energy, to push the spacecraft systems beyond their limits. And they're never expected to last this long, 50 plus years. But it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, folks in Louisiana, if you come across somebody at, say, the truck stop or a rest area, asking for a lift, I'd say, no, go your own way. That the manhunt continues for inmates that escaped from a New Orleans jail over the weekend. We're now 3 days, I guess we're entering the 4th day since their escape. There are at least a dozen law enforcement agencies searching. 7 of the 10 remained at large yesterday. According to the state police, the agency unable to provide details about the scope and target of the investigation for security reasons, but the spokesperson added that a multi-agency task force is scouring the region for the remaining fugitives. In a separate statement to the Louisiana Attorney General, Liz Muriel said this past day that her office's main priority remains recovering the prisoners, protecting the public, securing and stabilizing the facility staff in the building there. At a news conference yesterday, Governor Landry said this escape was the worst in recent state history, and he's ordering an audit of the sheriff's office as well as the Orleans Parish Prison. This massive jailbreak could be the largest jailbreak in the history of the state. It should have never happened. The public deserves to know who, what, and how this actually happened. 3 jail staff members have been suspended without pay, pending the outcome of an internal investigation. Now, he said the audit of the jail by the Department of Corrections will be done by the end of this week. Everyone in the criminal justice systems needs to be held accountable. Right, except for the police who seem to be doing their job. Now, he cited delays in bringing charges, prosecutions, and in sentencing as factors that he said contribute to the jail populations. He blamed Friday's escape on what he called a progressive justice system, saying that there's no excuse for the way these cases are currently being mismanaged by the justice system. He said that 9 of the 10 escapees had been in the pre-trial stages for years. He wants the district attorney to explain why this slow progress in prosecuting criminal cases in the city. Now, at least one of the escaped inmates was captured based on a tip from the public. And according to a statement from the FBI, Special Agent Jonathan Trapp said at the news conference yesterday the FBI is offering right now $10,000 per inmate, up from the previous $5,000. He said they believe members of the public may be aiding the men and that they will arrest anyone found aiding or abetting them. But it took hours, apparently, for the sheriff's office to learn of the escape, and then more time still before they alerted New Orleans police, even though some of the missing inmates are accused of violent offenses, and they escaped into a neighborhood less than 2 miles from the famous French Quarter. Authorities in neighboring states have been notified, but officials say at this point they don't believe the men have left the state yet. But any leads have not panned out at this point in time. So again, 7 of the 10 on the lam there somewhere in southern Louisiana. Morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Well, so far, we got a lot of pretty lightning. I mean, you like to stay out and just watch the lightning. Kansas City's been a place to be. It's lightning like you'd see kind of like in a horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of voltage. So far, not too much rain. There is some of us starting to get in the field, a little bit more north of us and south, but yeah, we're starting to get there. But what I initially called about, I think it was Philip out of Florida. Don't do your happy dance too much. Realistically, Steve, I'm kind of concerned about this no longer doing your self-certification.
Yeah.
Because I'm not talking like Rumpkin. My problem is this. It happened to me one time. What they're trying to get done happened to me. Me and Miss Becky back in, 2010, whatever, after it first kicked in. About 3 years into this crap, we got our physical's done the same day over west of Indianapolis, there at the center. Not a problem with them. Anyway, the little nurse walked up and said, I'll take that one. Now I'll take this one. And she said, I'll give them to the state that y'all reside out of. Well, sir, you might know where I'm going with this story. It was 3 months later. I'm going across into Mexico and got pulled over.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but for random. My license was null and void because of they did not get it. They got Miss Becky, but they did not get mine. And mine cost me $250 because every month we would have got paid for the safety bonus that the company I was leased to. And, so always carry it because that's the only thing that did not get me shut down. Because, I'm really skeptical with them direct lining this from the FMCSA who's going to get stung like I did. But other than that, that's all I had. But no. Now I do have a question. Are they going to come back? Are they going to come back and scrutinize Journey's winnings and somebody else to win this race today or yesterday evening?
I think everything. I mean, they did the inquiry thing, and I mean, it took a couple minutes, and they came back, and everything supposedly was good. So I don't think there's any further controversy that I'm aware of there.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Trump administration insists that there was no retreat with its tariffs on China. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent insisted this is not a tit-for-tat policy the U.S. and China previously engaged in.
Both sides realized that this, as I had said, it was unsustainable.
He added both sides agreed to lower tariffs to open a window of negotiations to get a final trade deal with the country. The FBI says the man they believe was behind Saturday's deadly explosion outside a Southern California fertility clinic was an act of terror.
Assistant Director in charge at the FBI's Los Angeles office, Akil Davis, confirmed the ID.
Edward Bartkiss, 25-year-old, from, again, 29 Palms.
He says it took time for a positive ID because of the force of the blast in Palm Springs. They're calling the 25-year-old from 29 Palms a nihilist, but they're not releasing an official motive. He was the only person to die from the blast. The people injured are all out of the hospital. I'm Lisa Carton.
Former President Joe Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer. The former president says the diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate on Friday, which required further evaluation. The former president and his family are reviewing treatment options. FBI Director Kash Patel says the agency will leave its Washington, D.C. headquarters.
The FBI director says 1,500 of the Bureau's workers will leave the J. Edgar Hoover building on Pennsylvania Avenue because of its condition and will be relocated to places across the country.
Because this building is unsafe for our workforce. We want the American men and women to know, if you're going to come work at the premier law enforcement agency in the world, we're going to give you a building that's commensurate with that.
Director Patel did not share a time frame for the move or say where the Bureau's new headquarters might be located. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Wings on 2 Alaska Airlines planes struck each other while they were being moved on Saturday.
The planes were being moved by ground service tugs when the tips of the wings on 2 planes hit. No passengers were injured. They had to be offloaded from the planes and then transferred to other flights. The Federal Aviation Administration is investigating how the incident happened. I'm Brad Ford.
Leaders of Deere & Company say they're taking a second look at future investments as a result of tariffs.
The agricultural equipment manufacturer says they expect tariffs to cost them $500 million this year. As a result, Deere says they're now taking a measured approach to earlier plans to invest $20 billion in the U.S. over the next decade. I'm Craig Michaels.
The Food and Drug Administration has approved a blood test which detects conditions in the brain tied to Alzheimer's disease.
The test, called Lumipulse, measures 2 proteins found in the blood's plasma to find if a patient has plaques in the brain. Tests up until now have been more invasive, using brain scans and a spinal tap to confirm the presence of plaques. An FDA spokesperson said this clearance is an important step for Alzheimer's disease diagnosis, making it easier and more accessible for patients in earlier stages. I'm Jim Forbes.
AAA reports the national average for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.17. Mono County, California is up to $5.85 a gallon, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.49. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Just had a good weekend. Obviously, it was a very volatile weekend weather-wise. And more of the same in the offing for our Monday and Tuesday in the heart of the country. Kind of a classic setup for more tornadic activity through parts of Texas, Oklahoma, as we roll through a Monday. Hey, clear lines at 844-844-3388. It was earlier this month, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association provided the Department of Transportation some recommendations about which regulations could be modified or, in some cases, outright repealed. Now they're taking their deregulatory efforts to the Office of Management and Budget. We're told the Trump administration is prioritizing ways to reduce the regulatory burden on businesses and, of course, requested input from the public to identify regulations that might be worthy of the chopping block. It was Monday a week ago where OOIDA filed their official comments with the Office of Management and Budget, requesting regulatory relief from the FMCSA, as well as the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Environmental Protection Agency. They offered suggestions regarding, first of all, speed limiters, electronic logging devices, the Unified Carrier Registration System, comments on automatic emergency braking, side underride guards, safety fitness determinations, and standards for emission and air pollution. Starting with the speed limiters, the battle that's been ongoing for years. Although the mandate on commercial vehicles has not been finalized, OOIDA is focused on stopping this proposal introduced by the previous administration. The associations helped to lead a coalition of 20 organizations to end the speed limiter proposal. As the DOT considers deregulatory action through the public comment period, we believe withdrawing this proposed mandate would be an ideal way to achieve meaningful burden reduction while ensuring safety of the transportation system. That was the proposal, of course, that they received 15,000 comments on back in 2022, and most of those coming from truck drivers opposed to the regulation. Electronic logging devices. They say if the administration wants to identify costly regulations with no proven safety benefits, OOIDA said that the ELD mandate's a good place to look. These became mandatory for most commercial vehicles in 2017, and there is no data suggesting the devices have helped reduce crashes and that small businesses have been forced to bear the majority of the $1.8 billion price tag associated with the mandate. Given the lack of highway safety improvements, the DOT should repeal this costly mandate. At the very least, we urge the department to exempt small carriers with a proven safety record from being forced to invest their capital on these unnecessary devices. They're here. I don't think they're going anywhere, but at least the suggestion has been made that there is no proven safety benefits that have come from them. Actually, the crash rates have gotten worse, as we know, with the ELD. Automatic emergency braking, next on the list. Another that truck drivers are asking be withdrawn before it becomes a regulation. In order to mandate any technology, it needs to be perfected, they say. We have numerous reports of false activations associated with automatic emergency braking systems. Truckers in general are not opposed to a technology that's going to help improve their safety and the safety of other motorists, but until the agencies can offer assurances that this rulemaking can meet the safety objectives, they should not be set forth in any sort of mandate. Side underride guards, there's another costly proposal involving efforts to mandate those side underride guards on commercial motor vehicle trailers and semi-trailers. 2023, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration issued their advance notice of proposed rulemaking that considered requiring these on trailers. Although safety groups have advocated for the requirement, the preliminary research provided by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration indicated that the annual cost of the mandate would be as much as $1.2 billion with a B, while saving fewer than 20 lives annually. OOIDA opposes efforts that would mandate the installation of side underride guards. In their comments, over the last several years, the Safety Administration has considered numerous options involving side underride guards, but consistently concluded the mandate would be impractical and costly, outweighing the possible safety benefits. They also addressed the greenhouse gas emission and air pollution standards, obviously with the Environmental Protection Agency, using their comments to point out problems with mandates or regulations from the EPA. The association called many of the efforts short-sighted, including the EPA's greenhouse gas Phase 3 emission standards. This Phase 3 rule attempts to push production of battery electric vehicles, while a national charging infrastructure network is absent when it comes to heavy-duty trucks. The EPA has to consider a more feasible timeline that would provide reliable, affordable heavy-duty vehicles for the consumers. So a lot of various regulations being thrown out there to possibly address, modify, or ultimately possibly scrap entirely. See what's going on with Knucklebuster here on a Monday. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I read it. I read the headline. I didn't get a chance to read the article. I was too busy taking care of Tennessee this weekend. She must have still been down with that pneumonia there. So, NBA great Shaquille O'Neal floats a theory on that Blue Horizon flight. He said that was all baloney.
Oh yeah,
they didn't actually go up that high. So, you never know. I read also that 50 cars were destroyed by a massive fire at the collapsed parking garage at the Jacksonville airport. I bet there's some excited people there. They ain't determined whether it was started by an electrical vehicle yet, so you know what the outcome of that'll be there, right? And Dodge confirms that the electric Charger Daytona RT is dead as the unsold cars piled up. See, how many times did we tell them wasn't nobody going to buy them?
And they just wouldn't listen.
Nope. We can solve a lot of the world's problems if they just listen to us there, right?
Right.
Yep. Well, I got I ain't a smart man, but I know when somebody's messed up. This guy down there in Florida, he's a 54-year-old man. He was on Florida State Road 285. He went up underneath an underpass with his dump truck bed in a raised position. That didn't work too well for him, did it?
I bet it didn't fit, did it?
No, knocked his bed off there. You know, he's going to be in a lot of trouble paying for that overpass. So, never know about a truck driver until what they can do there. So, I've been listening in. I thought something was bad wrong with your app earlier. Man, it was making every time you and the horse feathers be talking, it'd be making it like somebody was laughing in the background there. I just killed my phone and turned it back on, and that must have been the cell service over there in Arkansas. So I ain't too impressed with them over there anyway. So y'all call 844-844-3388. Let's keep Mr. Steve Sommers busy until the old 500 hour in the Eastern time zone, and I'll call you back in that loneliest hour, Steve.
All right, and that'll be here before you know it, undoubtedly. Okay, so, and we've got clear lines. And that's the number to dial us up, 844-844-3388.
Some sponsor because they want to reach a particular set of fans and pullers. Others have a tractor, truck, or modified in the fight for a championship. Whatever the reason, NTPA divisional sponsors are making a name for themselves in 2025. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. In this report, we showcase the sponsorships of a slightly narrower focus, namely those companies who have poured their resources into the support of a specific facet of NTPA championship pulling. But first, a reminder for competitors who intend to participate in Grand National classes this season. Once again, entry for Grand National level classes will be conducted entirely online. Registration for all open entry classes this season is now open at ntpa.tracksideapp.com, and you should log in with the same username and password that you did when completing your membership applications. Entry for free entry and paid Galaxy Tour competitors will be automatically conducted by the NTPA office. For all others, entry for each GN class will close on the preceding Monday at noon. That means we're less than 2 weeks away from the close of entry for Hutchinson, Minnesota on Monday, June 2nd. Contact the office at 614-436-1761 for more information. Newfields Ag sponsors the Grand National Superstock Diesel Tractor Division. Headquartered in Grand Mound, Iowa, Newfields Ag provides liquid biologicals, liquid and dry seed treatments, planter box lubricants, and biologicals and other crop inputs. For more information about Newfields Ag, visit newfieldsag.com. High Torque IMI Performance Products Incorporated sponsors the Grand National Superfarm Tractor Division. Headquartered in Whittier, California, High Torque manufactures the highest quality gear reduction starter motors on the market today. For more information about High Torque, visit hightorque.com. Yoder Popcorn sponsors the Grand National Pro Stock Tractor Division. Fine products and friendly service are provided by Sharon Yoder, her husband Richard, and their youngest son Russ and his wife Elise. The Yoders farm 2,000 acres, and Russ competes on the GN circuit with the Extra Butter Minneapolis Moline Pro Stock. For more information about Yoder Popcorn, visit yoderpopcorn.com. Dr. Preload sponsors the Grand National Super Semi Truck Division. Headquartered in Fonda, New York, Dr. Preload is a product of Temperaxle, a leader in specializing bearing adjustment solutions for over 40 years. For more information about Dr. Preload, visit drpreload.com. CM Pulling Tires sponsors the Grand National Modified Mini Division. Headquartered in Reynolds, Indiana, CM Pulling Tires opened in 2015 with a mission of producing winners and providing good service at reasonable rates. In addition to the Mayhill-owned Giant Puller tire, brands offered for sale include Firestone, Mitas, Parks, and Pro Puller. For more information about CM Pulling Tires, visit the CM Pulling Tires Facebook page. GMS Manufacturing and Machines sponsors the Grand National Light Modified Division. Headquartered in Butler County, Ohio, GMS produces hundreds of parts for competitive tractor pulling teams around the world. For more information about GMS Manufacturing and Machine, visit gms-parts.com. S&S Diesel Motorsport sponsors the Regional National Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 Truck Division. Headquartered in Seymour, Indiana, S&S Diesel Motorsport creates innovative products for top-level competition and California Air Resource Board compliant street use. For more information about S&S Diesel Motorsport, visit ssdiesel.com or call 812-521-0123. Next week, we'll give the final collection of national sponsors their due. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, Brain Dead pointed out, we've been glancing at the hottest stories in the automotive world. Odds are you probably know Nissan is in pretty deep trouble. The Japanese automaker saw revenue tank last year. Financial issues that could be the end of the marquee if a solution is not found. Nissan's latest ordeal could affect their all-electric lineup and presence in markets around the globe. They recently scrapped plans for a new battery factory in Japan, throwing yet another wrench into their plans to get back on track. Nissan had received government certification for the new Japanese lithium ion phosphate battery factory back in September. And once the plant was up and running, Nissan's EV battery costs were expected to fall by up to 30%. The research, development, mass production of the LFP batteries at the factory were supposed to help Nissan's EVs remain competitive with other manufacturers. Those plans have now been scrapped. Nissan will adopt LFP batteries to meet the diverse needs of customers and provide more affordable electric vehicles. The batteries to be developed and mass-produced in Japan will be installed in electric mini vehicles starting in fiscal year 2028, according to Nissan's former president and CEO prior to the cancellation of the project. Now, that would have been part of a $1 billion investment. So, difficult times. Nissan's primary concern right now is the United States and North America as a whole. Their lineup is missing vehicles in key segments, and much of their range needs updates. Now, they plan to fix that with nearly a dozen new or refreshed vehicles across the mass market and their premium brands. The next generation Nissan Leaf will join the Ariya in the brand's growing electric vehicle lineup, making the jump from what they described as a lackluster hatchback to a glowing crossover. Yeah, the Leaf rides on the same architecture as the Aria, a change that results in improved performance and range, but it's just more and more along the lines of the electric vehicle demand, which doesn't appear to be there. Well, good morning, Buckwheat. How we doing?
Oh, we're doing wonderful this morning. It's a nice, I heard horse feathers fussing about it, winter and stuff like that. No, I like this temperature this morning. We have 61 degrees. I mean, it feels wonderful. But, it started this fall. I got a text from my wife, and Cream of Wheat there, and she was sitting in the living room holding our grandson. And, my son dropped him off in early morning, and she said that she seen this little gray creature come out of underneath the bookcase and come marching out across the living room and went into the kitchen like he owned the place. And so we set out traps, and we finally got that one. And we noticed a couple months ago, she was working in the closet and pantry there, and noticed some little turds and laying down, and so we went and set glue traps out and traps, and we finally caught that one. And then now, yesterday, she was in the attic looking for something, and she opened up a box, and out jumped a little gray creature again. She said it was very round. And we've been trying everything to get rid of these little uninvited guests. I mean, they come into your house and they just, and I was just hoping that maybe somebody would give me some ideas that we could help me get rid of these things. We've tried cheese. They don't like cheese. They just leave the cheese alone. They tried peanut butter and the mouse traps. But yeah, we were, last evening, Ashton Mario Kart, he likes to have chips and salsa. And so we went to the cupboard and got the chip bag out, and here the little gray thing had eaten a hole in the chip bag and ate the chips. And poor Ashton Mario Kart, he didn't have no chips to go with his salsa. So he was a little bit depressed last night. And so, if anybody would have any clues about how to get rid of these uninvited guests, I'm all ears. I'm listening. I'm on my way to New York City here, and we would like to get rid of these guys. I found a hole in the wall that we put another glue trap out. So, I don't want to put poison out, because if the guy would eat the poison, and then it would crawl in the wall and die, and then it would stink.
Then you got a little smelly problem in the house. I got you there, yeah. Hey, it's 844-844-3388. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former President Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones.
The diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate Friday that required further evaluation. The cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The statement said the former president and his family are reviewing treatment options. I'm Lisa Carton.
White House predicts President Trump will get positive results when he speaks to Russian President Putin on Monday about a ceasefire in Ukraine. That's what U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said on ABC's This Week.
I believe that the president is going to have a successful call with Vladimir Putin. They know each other. The president is determined to get something done here.
Trump previously said hopefully it'll be a productive day and a ceasefire will take place. Officials from Russia and Ukraine held their first direct talks on Friday in Istanbul. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here on a quiet Monday at 844-844-3388. Before the news came down of former President Biden's cancer diagnosis, the audio of what was a 5+ hour interview. Remember the now infamous interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur, to which he ultimately did not bring charges for his classified documents case. Yeah, I tried to kind of scan through and listen. Like I said, it's 5 hours long. It's 5 hours of your life that you'd never get back, but it's not difficult just scrolling through to find exactly what her had described. Joe was constantly very confused. Yeah, the fallout. Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk said that no one could listen to this without concluding that every Democrat working with Biden has to have known he was completely feeble as commander-in-chief. I mean, in the audio, which now you can listen, struggling to recall several key moments in his life, including when his son died, even when he left office as vice president. So, Fox and Friends co-host Lawrence Jones calling for accountability, saying we need a Biden commission. The entire cabinet and White House staff should be sworn under oath. All right. And obviously they now say, well, it's no wonder that Biden's Department of Justice refused to release the audio. It's kind of sad when all is said and done. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Buckwheat.
Yeah, so would you have any clues, Steve, how to get rid of my uninvited guest?
Well, you said you already tried the glue traps, right?
I even some of the bags that he had partaken of, I would put the contents on the top of the glue traps. I mean, I'm really trying to get to entice this guy to leave my place, but anyhow, if anybody else has any offers of help, I'd be listening. But about the Mother's Day convoy last weekend there, I neglected to say that Brain Dead and Heatwave probably would like this. There was a guy in there with some old, he had pulled set of doubles, and one was an old yellow trailer with the old style logo and an old roadway logo on the trailer. And he had he was pulling with you didn't see any label on the door, so I think it was probably a private guy had this stuff. But he had one of those old Ford cab overs pulling the rig. And, it was a interesting combination. And also, Horse Feathers had said something about Aston Moriarty's monkey. Well, I think the one he was referring to, there was a clown sort of walking around there with this here monkey on a unicycle and having people shake his hand and stuff like that. And, well, Ashton there, he was playing with one other clown, and he was throwing balls back and forth and, all kinds of little stuff there. And Ashton Moriarty, he tends to, when he loses interest with you, he'll just walk off. And he's seen this monkey here, and he starts following after this guy with his monkey. And, I mean, he followed him for quite some time, and, and finally the guy paid attention that he was being followed. But, so that, and then the Horse Feathers there, took some pictures of him and sent them to me. And so, it was, I think that was but he also, Ashton did also get a monkey from somebody there gave him a stuffed monkey that he sort of had this fascination with monkeys. It's from the Alley's Monkey project or something, where they give stuffed animals out to children with issues and problems. And so, he was pretty pleased with that stuffed animal. He carried it around like a baby, but
he seemed to have quite the smile on his face with the monkey.
Oh yes, he does. He loves the monkeys, and he has way too many stuffed animals. That's what I feel, but Mom keeps giving him extra stuff, and but yes. So anyhow, and I put the picture there on your fan page, Horse Feathers gave him some stickers there, and he put them up on his bedroom wall. So, I thought, well, maybe I could get some more airplay with those stickers, because not too many people will see them on his bedroom wall. But but anyhow, you're having a good show this morning, and so that's pretty much all I have. So
all right,
speak at you later.
Thank you so much for checking in this early Monday. Get the new week started here, and we're hearing the FBI is going to be moving. Say what? According to Kash Patel, they're going to be leaving the J. Edgar Hoover building, and agents are going to be increasingly located outside of Washington, D.C. Patel says, look, the FBI's 38,000 when we're fully manned, which we're not right now. Being interviewed on Fox News, along with the Deputy Director Dan Bongino, interview that aired this past day. He said in the National Capital Region, in the 50-mile radius around D.C., there were 11,000 FBI employees. It's like a third of the workforce, a third of the crime. Well, that doesn't all happen here. So we're taking 1,500 of those folks and we're moving them out. Every state's going to get a plus up, he said. And I think when we do things like that, we'll inspire folks around the country to become intel analysts and agents and say, we want to go work for the FBI. We want to go fight the violent crime. We want to get sent down into the country to do it. And that's what we're going to be doing in the next, say, 3, 6, 9 months. And I didn't really know I was going to do this during this interview, but I'm going to announce it on your show anyway. So it was kind of a surprise announcement in that interview. The FBI leaving the Hoover building because this building is unsafe for our workforce, he said. You just gave up a big nugget there, Bongino says. To which he said, we want the American men and women to know if you're going to come work at the premier law enforcement agency in the world, we're going to give you a building that's commensurate with that. And that is not this place. A response from some representatives, Mark Werner of Virginia, was hardly enthusiastic. He said what the FBI needs right now is stability and support. What it doesn't need is some half-baked effort that's going to create additional barriers for agents and disrupt collaboration with the rest of the intelligence community. Democrat Representative Glenn Ivey of Maryland said he's not opposed to moving agents into local areas. If the agents are going to work with the state and local law enforcement, you could have a multiplier effect that helps reduce crime and other things like that. A more sensible approach, in other words. He said abandoning the Hoover building, fine with him. If it means a site in, say, Greenbelt, Maryland, which was selected in 23 by the Biden administration, that could be reconsidered. Maybe President Trump said after taking office that initially said the move was not going to happen. So kind of rapid unfolding developments over the weekend there. Moving out of the J. Edgar Hoover FBI building there. What's going on, Pappy?
Steve, there's a stench in that building that they just can't get rid of. Thanks to James Comey, Andrew Cabe, and all the other hacks that left a stench in there they can't get out. So close it down, move on. Hey, man, dude needs to get in some big black snakes, man. That'll solve that little rodent problem.
Now, wait a minute now. The trade-off is, would you rather have snakes or mice?
Hey, they got these little traps out there. You don't have to put any bait on them. You just throw them out there. Those little sticky traps will walk in there. They'll get stuck in there. They can't get out. Those work pretty good. So what did I hear? That Biden's been diagnosed with cancer? Was it Biden, you said?
Correct.
Jeez. Wonder how long they've known that.
Supposedly they just discovered a nodule like on Friday or something. But I mean, it's prostate cancer that is metastasized into the bones, so it's not like it's not like it's something fresh. It's been growing for a while.
I reckon to say, Steve, they've probably known this for a while. And it is what it is. But hey, man, I heard some excerpts of that recording that you were talking about. Remember, we were talking about that. They did not want to release that, and now we know why. Well, we knew why all along. Pretty bad, man. You know what? I don't know if there's anything criminal here, Steve, but there should be some people that are out of a job.
Mm-hmm.
Make no mistake about it. There should be some fired people. Or removed, forcefully if need be, impeached, whatever you want to call it. Sorry, you no longer hold any position in government. Anywho, I guess the weekend wasn't too terribly bad. Thank God, Steve, I went to start the lawnmower on Thursday, and the daggone rope got tangled up inside the little carrier there.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I'll take it off, see if I can. I should have YouTubed it first. Anyway, I took that little housing thing off, and daggone it, I couldn't. So I popped that cotter pin and pulled off this little hub, and what do you think? It's like sometimes taking a gun apart, Steve. There's a big spring in there that just went.
And it just went. Boing. Yep. Been there, done that.
Like ruh-roh.
Yep.
Ruh-roh. What did I go and do? I got to figure out how to try to get this thing back together again. I don't know, man. Might have to just try to find a whole new hub unit, I guess, maybe on eBay or not eBay, but it's the other place. We always buy stuff through the mail. Oh, Steve, I'm telling you, man, I think I need to get some Alzheimer's shots or something. Man. Phew. I have these brain farts. I'm serious, man. I have these brain farts. I just... Steve, man, I tried to call you the other night. I think it's safe to say that he's not listening to us now. But I got a phone call. I was working. The comm center gives me a public service to call this guy, which, it happens a lot. So anyway, yeah, Scott, what can I do for you? I was told to give you a call. He goes, hey, are you the trucking bozo dude? Always calls in, and I'm like, all right, what's going on here? Who's this guy, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll just make a long story somewhat short. This guy's not wrapped too tight. Anyway, I've dealt with him before. I finally figured, that's why I tried to call you. I was going to give you his name to see if it rang a bell with you. But after I even talked to you, I'm thinking in my head, who is this dude? Then it dawned on me who he is, who he was. Now, do you remember this, Steve? We're probably going back, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, maybe even 10 years. Do you remember me calling you at the studio over on Montgomery? And I said, Steve, you ain't gonna believe this. We got this guy out here. I had to go to his house for some reason. He's sitting in his car. And I said, well, let me go check something out. I'll be back. And I come back. He's still sitting in his car. I'm like, dude, what are you doing in your car? He goes, well, I'm listening to Steve Sommers. I'm like, okay. He didn't have a radio or anything in his house.
Okay.
He didn't, have any smart apps or anything like that. Steve, he would listen to your show every night. He'd go out and sit in his car from midnight to 5 a.m. to listen to your show.
Are you kidding me?
Now, do you remember me calling you? Do you remember me I called in. I said, Steve, do me a favor. There's a guy that sits out in his car all night and listens to you every night. You need to give him a shout-out. Do you remember that?
I do kind of remember you telling me to give somebody a shout-out. I'm not remembering he sat in the car all night, but...
Yeah, I said, we got to give him a shout-out, man. He's a real top fan because he goes out in his car and listens to you every night.
Wow.
So he can hear you. I thought that was... Anyway, that was him. I was talking to. I finally figured it out. Well, I thought you'd get a kick out of that, but whatever, man. That's really all I got, man. Next time I go to the beach, I guess I'll see what kind of seashell formations appear. Hey, did you get my email? I don't know if I haven't been able to listen to you too much. Kind of been busy tonight, but word has it Comey was questioned by the Secret Service.
Yes. I saw that. I mean, kind of a rather lengthy...
Was there any other confirmation? Was there any other confirmation from, like, Fox or anybody like that?
I had seen several headlines. I'll try to pull up the latest on that. Yeah, I mean, I saw a supposedly rather lengthy little sit-down with Comey. What's going to come of it? Probably nothing, but...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
I'm happy to answer your question. Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Noem actually confirmed on Friday evening that Secret Service agents met with Comey earlier that day in regards to that 8647 post. No additional insight into what's next in the ongoing review of the now deleted seashell photo. She posted on X, "I will continue to take all measures necessary to ensure the protection of Trump. This is an ongoing investigation." Homeland Security didn't give any additional details in response to the Hills request, but referred to a prior statement from the Secret Service, which says the Secret Service vigorously investigates anything that can be taken as a potential threat against our protectees. That was the statement they put out Friday. We are aware of the social media post by the former FBI director. We take rhetoric like this very seriously. Beyond that, we do not comment on protective intelligence matters. Nome said on Thursday that Secret Service and Homeland Security had launched an investigation. They were treating it as an actual threat. CNN first reported that Comey had agreed to a voluntary meeting with agents at the Washington field office. All right, so, yeah, the whole 8647, the phrase 86, commonly used as the slang for removing or throwing something out or someone. And I mean, all the discussion over the weekend where Comey's trying to play the ignorant, innocent. I didn't realize it would be considered insightful. Every interview I had seen about any former intelligence officials or former FBI, they said Comey knew exactly what that meant. All right, it is 844-844-3388. I think Braindead may have an answer. Well, maybe some advice to help out our friend Buckwheat there. We'll get, let's see, Pup's going to be checking in. Do we have the anonymous hippopotamus on board? Yeah, I'm thinking, Pappy was thinking of Amazon, right? Let's go to Amazon. Meanwhile, I have no desire, have not tried. I do not like vegetarian meat. The veggie burgers. I want real beef. I have no appetite for lab-grown meat, which they're trying to push this stuff on us. There's a growing number of states that are actually banning the sale of food with this lab-grown meat. I'll tell you which states have jumped on the bandwagon, and the list continues to grow as we roll into our final hour just ahead here. It's a Monday, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former President Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones.
The diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate Friday that required further evaluation. The cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The statement said the former president and his family are reviewing treatment options. I'm Lisa Carton.
White House predicts President Trump will get positive results when he speaks to Russian President Putin on Monday about a ceasefire in Ukraine. That's what U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said on ABC's This Week.
I believe that the president is going to have a successful call with Vladimir Putin. They know each other. The president is determined to get something done here.
Trump previously said hopefully it'll be a productive day and a ceasefire will take place. Officials from Russia and Ukraine held their first direct talks on Friday in Istanbul and agreed to the largest prisoner swap of their 3-year-old war. Former Vice President Mike Pence says it's a bad idea for President Trump to accept a 747 jet from the nation of Qatar to someday use as Air Force One.
Trump administration officials have already said they plan to accept the luxury 747 from Qatar's semi-constitutional monarchy and use it for the president's travel. The former vice president tells NBC's Meet the Press accepting the jet would raise security and constitutional concerns.
Qatar has a long history of playing both sides. They support Hamas. They supported Al-Qaeda. Qatar has actually financed pro-Hamas protests on American campuses across the United States.
Pence suggests if Qatar wants to give the U.S. a gift, it could direct $400 million to infrastructure on their military base.
So the very idea that we would accept an Air Force One from Qatar, I think, is inconsistent with our security, with our intelligence needs.
I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he may cancel city contracts with groups he and his staff determine are anti-Semitic as concerns grow within his own administration.
Adams was on CNN Friday talking about his new office to combat anti-Semitism. He told Wolf Blitzer he wants the office to look at city contracts with entities that are dealing with hate or anti-Semitism. The Daily News says an anonymous source in the administration is worried the office will yank money from Muslim and Arab groups that have condemned Israel's attacks in Gaza. An Adams spokesperson says defunding groups is not the goal of the new office, but that the mayor is not ruling it out. Andrew Whitman, New York.
A man was killed and a sleeping child injured by a stray bullet from a shooting early Saturday morning. That occurred in the city of Federal Way, Washington.
Police say the shooting happened during a domestic violence incident. Officers found an 18-year-old man wounded. He died at the scene. A stray bullet hit an 11-year-old who was asleep in a nearby apartment. The child was hospitalized in stable condition. Detectives are trying to locate the suspect. I'm Brad Ford.
The daughter of the late achieved a life milestone.
Kobe Bryant's oldest daughter is officially a college graduate. Natalia Bryant graduated cum laude from the University of Southern California School of Cinematic Arts earlier this week. Natalia's mother, Vanessa Bryant, posted a picture of her daughter on social media showing her wearing a graduation stole with the Black Mamba logo embroidered on it. Vanessa's message to Natalia on the Instagram post was, "We're so proud of you."
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Well, they say what a difference a month makes. Just 4 weeks after the April State of Freight webinar, recall when the raging trade war was looking like it would wreak havoc on the freight markets. The May edition of the monthly series confronted conditions that were getting at least a temporary reprieve due to the 90-day truce between the U.S. and China. The first signs of change are indications that freight movement from China to the U.S. pushed down sharply by the 145% tariffs is already starting to rebound. FreightWaves and Sonar's CEO Craig Fuller and Sonar Director of Freight Market Intelligence Zach Strickland talked about what the changes mean, and there were several interesting takeaways. They discussed what a renewed surge of freight might begin, or when, I should say, to make its way to the U.S. shores. According to Strickland, the pull-forward freight that's been rushed to the U.S. in anticipation of the Liberation Day tariff announcement really hit the coast at different points in time. Fuller said the market's on the verge of a short-term bounce back, which is definitely happening. It's likely to last for a week or 2 weeks as Chinese exporters of products to the U.S. move to resume shipments, and it may last longer than that, possibly as much as a month. Now, they compared what the surge would be like. Strickland suggested the rise might be like the end of the Chinese New Year, when the drop in exports during that January or February period is followed by a sudden turnaround. Fuller likened the upcoming surge to the freight market coming out of COVID, when we saw this kind of shutting off of the economy and then turning it all back on again. The concentration of orders is just so tight. I think it's going to be pretty substantial as far as the rebound, and I believe it's going to show up in the trucking data pretty soon. But creating uncertainty, of course, is the fact that nobody's sure what comes after this 90-day truce is over. They've spoken on earlier webinars about the strength of the intermodal market. They both said a coming surge of imports is likely to keep the market robust, with imports having come in before the 90-day pause and implementing those stiff tariffs to beat the clock, and the likelihood that it may come back again as importers look to get product to the U.S. shores, moving product to warehouses or end users by rail with no hard time constraints. This is looking more and more attractive, they said. It's easiest to just say, I'm going to pull the container right off the boat, put it onto the rails, because I have an extended lead time. Now, Strickland said that he doesn't really look at the intermodal at all. He's looking at the trucking sector, but an overall decline in the outbound tender volume index, which a year ago was about 11,400, now about 10,400, suggesting volume that might have shown up in the past is now on the rails. We can clearly see that we've not had demand fall over the last year, not to the extent that, the truckload volumes would suggest in the outbound tender rejection. Brain Dead back on board here this Monday. Welcome back.
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking me back. I heard Buckwheat talking about his new tenant problem.
Right.
And, he wanted to get rid of his furry tenants. The thing is, we had a mouse problem here, and our exterminator guy said that mice will run along a wall. And the best thing to do is find where they're running at with those glue traps, especially if you find where they're coming in at. Put that glue trap right in front of their hole. You'll catch them every time. Now, go down to your local Tractor Supply. There is a brand that we use, some bait blocks. They're called Tomcat, and we just put them throughout wherever we needed, and we've got rid of the whole mice problem. We even put them on the outside of our house. Now, something else that could be done, and I don't know how effective this is, but I've heard it works, is get one of those sprayers, one of those like 1 or 2 gallon sprayers, and get you about a gallon of water, some garlic powder, and cayenne pepper, and mix it up. When it's boiling, let it cool down. Put it in a sprayer and spray the outline of your house, and that's supposedly to keep the mice away, because the scent of the garlic keeps them away, and the cayenne pepper will definitely trigger their nose to where if they eat it, they'll smell it and they'll get like a nose burn out of it, so to speak.
Very good. I was not aware of that from the outside anyway.
Yeah. We tried a few other little methods, but they didn't work. But try that and let us know how it comes out, buddy.
Yeah, I'm thinking rather than bringing Pappy's suggestion of bringing some big old black snakes, I think maybe, how about just get a kitty cat?
Hey, especially if you get one that's a good mouser, too. That's
right.
The other thing, because you get some of these lazy cats, they have that Brooklyn accent,
Yeah.
that Brooklyn attitude, like, hey, I'm here, you're not going to get rid of me, meow, meow, meow. But you could get you a good mouser or two. But, yeah, try those. And Buckwheat, if something works for you, holler back at, buddy. We're going to be anxiously waiting to hear this.
Very good. All right, thanks, Brain Dead. Have a great morning. There you go. There's Pup. What's going on, Pup?
I don't know, but when Pappy was starting to say that about taking that off, I just started laughing. The best thing for him to do is save a big headache, take all those parts, have him put a new rope on at his local lawnmower shop, because they got a tool that can rewind that spring. But when he started saying that, I just started laughing.
I did the same thing a couple of years ago, and if memory serves, I don't remember how I did it, but I was able to get that damn coil thing re-wrapped around and around, and I got it back together, and it actually worked.
Oh, no kidding. Well, yeah. I just saved myself a headache and have my local guy do it. But as far as Buckwheat's problem is, Brain Dead's correct on that. On the Tomcat or Prowler, they make a blue block. Just shove them in like behind where no pets or nobody can get them and stuff. Make sure you wash your hands good and stuff. And they are a poison, but they're made different. They won't stink. I promise you, they won't stink once they eat them and die. they eat them from the inside out. And Victor makes this new mouse trap, and I really like this. You know, the old Victors that were spring-loaded and everything. These have a little bucket in them, and you fill that with peanut butter, and there's a pressure plate in there, and then all you got to do is take your thumb and your index finger and squeeze it together, and that triggers it. And even the littlest mouse, you'll catch them. I mean, I live out here on the farm, and you know how they always try to get in. But hey, did you have any wind damage down there Friday night?
No, we got lucky. I mean, there was damage to the north of us, and of course, on south, Kentucky got hammered.
Oh yeah, we didn't have a tornado up here in Indiana, but I wasn't sure if that qualified for a derecho or not. I've got one of those lacrosse weather vanes outside.
Right.
And it clocked the wind at 91 miles
Whoa.
an hour. And I got siding missing, I got shingles missing, and it actually uprooted one of my small red maple trees. And I wasn't sure if that was considered a derecho or not, because we didn't really have any rain. Matter of fact, I planted sweet corn, and today I'll plant some green beans. But I just kind of wondering if that qualified as that, because I think it has to be so big and or whatever. I don't know if I just got caught in a wind burst here or not. That was just something. But I was just kind of curious. And did you see any of those pictures from the Kentucky area?
Yeah, the pictures, video, the devastation is unfathomable.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Big Sexy and Eskimo Mom sent me some pictures. I don't know. I had Friday off, and thank God I did because of that wind. But for some reason, I hadn't seen anything or heard anything. And I didn't realize people got killed and stuff, and they sent me pictures. It almost looks like that forest where that thing went through. That almost looks like mowed grass.
Yes.
And that's an actual, oh my gosh, that was just terrible. I feel bad for the people down there.
I remember when they talked about the Twister movie, and they said, what's a category 5? And they said, like, the finger of God. And it just leveled everything.
Yes, sir, it sure did. So, but I hope those pointers help out buckwheat. And I just started laughing when Pappy said that about his lawn.
Yep.
So I'm sitting back listening. So you have a nice day.
Thank you, Pup. We all learn by experience. Yeah, the one time, now that I've done it, I know next time not. When I take that pop, you pop that off, and it all uncoils. It's like, oh, no. 844-844-3388, back in two.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And actually, when the sun comes up here in a few hours, I would not be surprised to see some similar video of destruction. Yeah, because for a good hour and a half, close to 2 hours, we had that particular cell moving from south central Kansas, kind of moving northeast up towards central Kansas, which was described as a confirmed large tornado on the ground. At one point, it was more than a mile wide. So I haven't seen any breaking headlines at this point this morning, whether it did move through some heavily populated areas or not. But again, when the sun comes up, that'll be the discussion this morning. Morning, hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor, in the loneliest hour here. Anyways, I think St. Louis had a little bit of damage out of that too. They went through there. Have you heard anything? Did Miss Millie post or anything? I don't know where she was at in location compared to all that going on down there. So, anyways, as far as buckwheat goes, I think Pappy was pretty right on there with the black snake. Black snake will definitely take care of any issues of that. Mm-hmm. But he might want to be careful. There might be legal issues in this. There's I believe that Pennsylvania has what they call squatters' rights, and if these little squatters decide to take legal action, they might actually have a leg to stand on there to call that, like eminent domain, like the state would. Maybe they can, because they are actually living in, domiciled in the house. They might actually have actual rights to be able to stay there. So he might want to check there on the legal side of this whole thing there before he starts doing too much there. Don't want him to get in any legal trouble. But if he does go for the 4-legged feline there, they got this type of cat. Have you ever heard of a Mancoon cat, Your Honor? I have indeed. Yeah. They usually tend to like to eat a little bit because they're I think they're just a little bit smaller than a Great Dane.
Here, kitty.
That's right, meow. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. Maybe if he gets out there in the hills out there in western PA, I don't know if they have some of those other type of cats out there, the cougars and the mountain lions and that. I don't know if they have them out there in western PA. You could bring one home for a while. But anyways, that might be something there. Somebody else said something I was going to say something about. Pappy there, of course, you mentioned Amazon, and I believe they actually have replacements that already have the, your recoil spring and everything in there already all set up with the new rope and everything, and you just bolt it back on the top of your mower there. And the only other thing is that some of those mowers, when you take that top, recoiling system off, there's actually still a groove in the flywheel that if you wanted to, if you put a knot in the end of the rope, you can actually put the rope on and actually wrap it around the top of the flywheel itself. And
you don't even need the recoiling thing, but if you got one of them mowers that you got to pull the rope 20, 25 times on, it's
Right.
a lot of rope wrapping to do that. It has that capability. So, but other than that, yeah. So that's about all we got there for you. There, still got the moon out there, and we're still riding right there in the mid 60s. So I guess if Buckwheat wants to say it's nice temperature, we'll let it go at that. But anyways, we'll talk to you a little later then.
Have a good morning. Thank you very much. Going back to a little before the midnight hour, and we were following the live tornado reports at one point, 12:15 this morning. Yeah, there was a tornado emergency, which means large confirmed tornado on the ground. Sylvia, Kansas, Plevna, Kansas, and Abbeville, Kansas, that was in place. A little after 12:30, authorities in Stafford County said they're attempting to rescue a family trapped in the basement of a home, working to clear debris. In Hutchinson, officials said the first tornado was going to be headed north of the city. In Plevna, scanner traffic indicated a high amount of homes had been destroyed. No word on injuries thus far. From the Hutchinson Police Department, they said it sounds like Plevna took a direct hit with the tornado. First responders currently in the area looking for injured and assessing damage. So again, that was about 1 o'clock a.m. And of course, they're in the central time. They're in Kansas. So, all right. Semper Fi, says Truck and Phil. Happy Monday, the best day of the week. Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Starting off at a cool 47, warming to about 69 today. Fort Wayne, 40 with a high of 62. Newaygo, Michigan. Had fun watching the Indianapolis 500 qualification. And, of course, mowing the yard yesterday. Robert Schwartzman took the pole. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Roll on, Knucklebuster, as we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and flip back again. All right, back with us, there's Steve in Columbus. Morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners. Weekend went by pretty quick, like it always does. Got a few things done around the house, so it was a productive weekend. Here we go. Got the pickup packed, ready to go. Time to head into town, see what we can do in the office today. A brand new day. And in regards to James Comey and the 8647 post, little birdie on the wall says that they're hearing from various sources that the FBI and the Department of Justice were looking at Comey for some other shenanigans. Things that were going on way back. Was when Trump was being spied on. And when the lies took place to the FISA courts, recall that? And that, I would presume, is because I shared that lengthy post that President Trump shared this past evening about, first he addressed the auto pen, then he addressed what supposedly they've uncovered is the definitive proof of the shenanigans that he said started with James Comey and Obama and the sleepy Joe Biden. All right, so maybe we'll learn more on that in the upcoming day. Let's get a news break. Good to have you on board as we close out the weekend, rolling into the greatest day of the week. It's a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former President Biden has an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has spread to his bones.
The diagnosis came after doctors found a nodule on his prostate Friday that required further evaluation. The cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The statement said the former president and his family are reviewing treatment options. I'm Lisa Carton.
White House predicts President Trump will get positive results when he speaks to Russian President Putin on Monday about a ceasefire in Ukraine. That's what U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said on ABC's This Week.
I believe that the president is going to have a successful call with Vladimir Putin. They know each other. The president is determined to get something done here.
Trump previously said hopefully it'll be a productive day and a ceasefire will take place. Officials from Russia and Ukraine held their first direct talks on Friday in Istanbul. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, another area that was hard hit over the weekend was Friday, St. Louis. And the National Weather Service crews had been out over the weekend surveying the damage. And the early report says the tornado touched down in Clayton and tracked northeast for nearly 23 miles. It expanded to 1 mile wide as it tracked through the northern parts of St. Louis City at 55 miles per hour, continued across the river in Illinois until lifting near Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville. At this point, the tornado is rated at an EF3, wind speeds as high as 152 miles per hour. Now, they do say it's possible more than one tornadic circulation was involved. Further analysis is going to be done to determine whether this was one single tornado or possibly multiple vortices. 1,750 yards wide, more than a mile wide at one point there. And that kind of explains the devastation we saw there. Meanwhile, there's Knucklebuster Semper Fi.
Semper Fi to you too, Mr. Steve Sommers. Let's get that Semper Fi to Truck and Field and Captain Ron. Y'all avoid them tornadoes there, and Captain Ron, you avoid them dump trucks with the raised beds up on them there. So y'all stay safe today. Well, after the show, y'all buy some meal products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. And keep calling Steve at 844-844-3388. Steve, why not F-150 when you can build a V12 hybrid 6x6 BMW truck with a Tesla motor? Now that redneck put some ingenuity into that, didn't he?
That's correct. Redneck ingenuity. Yep, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that FBI you've been talking about, is that them National Association of Female Body Inspectors?
I think that's a different division.
Oh, different division?
Yes.
Well, Steve, I saw this woman that was wearing a T-shirt that said, "Look at my boobs while I'm talking to you." And I started laughing. She said, "What's so funny?" I said, "I love your T-shirt there." I said, "But I was looking at them before you ever even said anything to me there." So, I wouldn't do anything like that, would I? No, come on now.
Never.
Mr. Steve Summers, I'm going to get back quiet and let somebody more intelligent than me call in there. So, y'all have a great morning there, brother.
All right there. Good to hear from you. Thank you much, Knucklebuster. See what's going on with Scrapyard. Hey, Scrapyard, morning.
Hey, what's happening, Captain? Well, nothing good in the hood out here. We got a jackknife rig over on I-40 eastbound at the 95 yardstick, 1 mile outside of Atkins, Arkansas. Left lane is blocked. It's a jackknife slid off toward the median and hit the end of the guardrail, and it's partly out there in the road on the eastbound side. On the rodent issues, the old timers had an answer for pretty much anything, and around their homes they would plant all the way around their homes or their barns, whatever, was peppermint. Rodents cannot stand peppermint. And a modern twist on it, after planting it all around your home, around your sheds, your barns, whatever, go to like a grocery store and you're going to search for pure peppermint oil. Now, a lot of that they sell there in the spice rack, if it doesn't say pure oil on it, it's synthetic and it won't work. But in your home, what you could do is just cotton balls. And you soak cotton balls in that pure peppermint oil, and you throw it under your countertops or under your cabinets, like in the bathroom and all that, especially if you got access under your bathtub, throw it under there. Makes your house smell good. But rodents all the way from small, little tiny deer mice all the way up to beavers, they can't stand it. In fact, the Game and Fish down here at this visitor center down there on that bayou, the nature center down there in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Well, I know a lady that works down there, and those cypress trees and the other trees that are bordering around this bayou walking area, they spray it down because it would ruin the look of putting beaver guards up.
Mm-hmm.
So they spray that pure peppermint oil out there, and the beavers won't even touch it. And also old timers, because it also runs rabbits off. They would plant it around their gardens to keep rabbits from eating their gardens up. And on that lawnmower issue, there's the recoil pull starter is a thing of the past now, because now they brought back something old and modernized it, and there's a universal ratcheting starter that you bolts in place. It's got multiple patterns on it. You can order it on Amazon. It comes with a crank handle. Once you bolt it on, line your hose up, bolt it on, you just stick that crank down there, crank it up, and it's got it's like a ratcheting head on it. And once you get full tension on it, there's a lever and a button on the side, and you just pop that, you just hit it, and it'll spin it over and start it for you. No more wearing yourself out, about to get a daggum coronary or throw your back out, jerk it.
Yanking
on that pull cord.
Yep, right.
Plus I'm seeing people even now using electric drills to start theirs now. So there's better options than that daggum old pull cord and all that. As we get older and all that, it's easier to get hurt. And some of them about using the pull rope, like on them old outboard motors and old lawn motors and all. The reason that they got away from those, if that knot got hung up, well, people was getting hurt, and that's why they developed the recoil starter. And to try to keep people from getting snapped or whatever, that's the reason they got rid of that old technology and went to the recoil style starter. And but now there's something even better. And the first ones that came out with it was in 1938, I believe it was Lawn Boy. And it was a crank. You opened up this crank, it would fold up on them old rectangular cowlings of their lawnmowers, and you would crank it, and then whenever you folded it back up, there was a hole in that cowling, and the handle, when you snapped that back down in there, it triggered that ratcheting starter. And it fell out of favor due to manufactured costs. Well, now they just built a bolt-on unit now that brings that back. And it's a lot less trouble than trying to use a recoil starter.
Good info, Scrapyard. Thank you very much.
Oh, and also on this crazy weather, Springdale got tore up real bad. They had winds in excess anywhere from 60 gusting to 80 mile an hour. Had golf ball size hail tonight. The town of Springdale and Tawnytown are tore up bad. A lot of the restaurants are busted out windows all over the place. But the hail fell in such quantity, along with the torrential rains, that the storm drains all around town, the wells of the storm drains are packed absolutely full with hailstones. You can see the ditch banks there had mounds of hail on the edges of the ditch banks there that were knee high.
Wow. I
saw Springdale tonight.
I saw some photos out of Springdale where, this woman posted, it looks like it had snowed, but like several inches of hail had come down. All right, how about a lab-grown steak dinner? What do you think? Not in Montana, the latest to ban the sale of food containing the product, lab-grown meat. Montana's governor posted this past week that by signing a state bill banning cell-cultured edible product, he's proud to defend our way of life and the hardworking Montana ranchers who produce the best beef in the world. So Montana joins Alabama as well as Florida in banning lab-grown meat. Indiana's governor also signed a measure this month that places a 2-year moratorium on the sale of cultivated meat products in that state. Nebraska lawmakers all passed a bill banning the distribution and sale of lab-grown meat last Wednesday. That reportedly drafted the request of the Nebraska governor, who is likely to sign it. Tennessee and Arizona also considering such legislation last year but failed to pass. Now, the new Montana law defines cell-cultured edible product as the concept of meat. It would include elements such as muscle cells, fat cells, connective tissue, blood, and other components produced via cell culture rather than from a whole slaughtered animal. Agriculture is Montana's most important industry. Obviously, 1 in 6 of the state's residents are employed in some form of agriculture-related sector. Beef has remained a critical, iconic product of the state since they joined the Union in 1889. Florida last year was the first state to ban fake meat, followed just a few days later by Alabama. Alabama's legislation prohibits the manufacture, distribution, or sale of products made from cultured animal cells. Now, these states enacting the ban are looking to protect the livelihood of their ranchers and the beef producers. Global think tanks, on the other hand, are pushing this lab-grown meat. They claim they help to counteract livestock's role in carbon emissions, because it's the cow flatulence contributing to global warming, right? Florida's taking action to stop the World Economic Forum's goal of forcing the world to eat lab-grown meat and insects. That's what they want, their goal. Huh? We're going to eat bugs. It's a great source of protein, And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Yeah, there was another big wedge tornado that passed through Grinnell, Kansas. Actually crossed I-70 this past day and went on to hit the west side of Grinnell. Several semis blown off the highway. Apparently one was full of Ferraris. Both drivers were injured but managed to get themselves out of the trucks with some help. Several cars scattered out in the field. over 100 yards off the interstate. Some of that was caught on video by one of the storm chasers there. Yeah, the truck, rolling out in the field. Powerful storms, right? All right, Plowboy, what you got going on?
Oh, thanks for taking me back. No, they had that. I think that one that you were talking about that hit 2 or 3 names of the town you were talking about earlier, it formed right there around Greensburg, that one that had that massive one in about 20, damn near 20 years ago, somewhere in there. And it went clear up there around Hutchinson. That's where it was headed for. Came off 54 and basically about 5 miles off of 61. Anybody cuts through Kansas City down there to Liberal that way. Yeah, it wasn't a very good night. Steve, I figured out Pappy's lawnmower problem, and you might be able to like the same damn type of lawnmower I just showed Pappy. Look it up, WORX. And I told Pappy this would be the best lawnmower he could buy. Don't worry about fixing his other one. It's one of them autonomous lawnmowers. He can sit in the shade, drink cold beer, and get the yard mowed. $578 at Target.
Okay.
Heck, y'all, we're all getting older. Hell, I will be in the shade while you get the work done. Everything else is going autonomous robots, so why not use to try it? But back to one of the main things. Steve, did you see what happened down there in St. Louis while that tornado was going on? Did you happen to catch what happened over on I-170? If you didn't, I'll be real quick.
I did
They
not.
tried to reenact Gone of the damn it, Tornado. They tried to reenact Tornado. Damn it, I was thinking too much. Yeah, remember when they all packed up underneath that overpass?
Yeah.
They literally packed an overpass on I-170 over in the St. Louis area. Just how many people could have been killed in that melee?
Well, it seems like a safe place to get, you're away from the wind, protected from the hail. But apparently the winds actually get stronger when they funnel underneath the overpass.
Exactly. But I've seen the pictures. I was like, oh my word, because that's one of the things I never did do. I always try to wish the heck people get out of my dang way so I could get away from one of them. But I don't know. But now y'all got some this weather. I'm shipping your way, and we're going to be back in it tomorrow night again. So, yeah, I guess we'll have more weather stories to talk about. No, I won't go into that yet. But other than that, that's about all I had, Steve.
Very good. Thank you, Plowboy. All right. And let's say good morning to Daryl. How was your weekend, Daryl?
Steve, I had a wonderful weekend. I rode my Sportster and went up by that place you said your wife likes to eat at. I can't pronounce it. But I enjoyed riding my little Harley Sportster yesterday for about the third time.
Mm-hmm.
Wondered if you'd ever been to the races, the time trials of the Indy 500.
I have not been to any IndyCar activities there in Indianapolis. I did go to a couple of IndyCar races when they raced down in Kentucky Speedway years ago.
Okay. I was there in the 70s, and there was about 100,000 people there. We was all trying to get in the gates, and these guys, the bottom fell out of their beer container, and they're looking at it on the sidewalk, and a lady appeared out of nowhere with a styrofoam container and wanted $10 for it. And they said, no, that's too much. She started walking away, and they looked at that beer and the ice laying on the sidewalk. They said, come back. They paid the $10.
Right.
And then I was sitting there reading the newspaper in between cars coming around, and all of a sudden one come around where I was at, hit the wall, and killed the driver.
Wow.
I thought, goodness gracious, this is a tough place. And there's no urinals in the bathroom. There's a tub about 40 feet long. It was an odd place, but I enjoyed it. And they have a museum there, and they keep one of the race cars of the winter there. And you go in, and it's just an interesting place to visit if you ever get a chance to go. I could learn something from Scrapyard by listening to him all night long. That dude knows his machinery.
He does.
I was in Albemarle, North Carolina, a few years ago, and driving down the highway, and there must have been 3 acres of riding scrap lawnmowers around on a hillside. I thought you could go there and find any old part that you was looking for an old riding lawnmower. How's our striker getting along?
The boys out there doing his thing, patrolling. They're still waiting for authorization for Stryker to return to duty. He did do some training last week, so I think any day now Stryker will be back in action.
I was sad to hear about the St. Louis tornado. My sister lived there in Clayton area for 40 years, and that's right on the Mississippi River. I wonder what the boys did out there on the barges when a tornado hit that Mississippi River.
Across the river there, yeah.
And the Missouri River. That would be something to be on the river with a tornado. I will get out of here and let you go. Enjoy the show, and man, get Scrapyard back on there again. I might learn how to fix a tool or two.
Very
I'll talk
good.
to you later.
All right, thank you so much there. Have a great morning there, Daryl. All right, about out of time here, so just real quick here, let me... apparently, Friday, health officials endorsed the very first... It's a blood test that will help diagnose Alzheimer's and identify patients who may benefit from drugs that can modestly slow the memory storing, destroying disease. Yeah, the test can aid doctors in determining whether a patient's memory problems are due to Alzheimer's or a number of other medical conditions that can cause cognitive difficulties. The Food and Drug Administration cleared it for patients ages 55 and older who are showing early signs of the disease. It's a growing issue. More than 6 million people in the U.S. and millions more around the world have Alzheimer's, of course, the most common form of dementia. But this, I guess the old testing included doing things like spinal taps. This would be so much simpler with a simple blood test to determine. So that's good news. All right, we close things out there on a Monday. Thanks for joining us. Have a great day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. what's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but